A very good morning to everybody. Please settle down. We will start our proceedings in another 5 minutes or so. There is a bus which is about to come. We just wait up for another few minutes for them. At the outset, a couple of announcements. Once the proceeding starts, I'll request you to put your mobile phone switched off. Also, the program today, as you know, is divided into two parts. The first part will be the memorial lecture delivered by Dr. Lahiri. Thereafter, we will have a tea break and subsequently have a panel discussion on the tea industry, which will be moderated by one of known figures of the tea board. And we should shortly commence in another 2-3 minutes. So those of your friends who are outside having a cup of tea, kindly tell them to settle down. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of CENERS-K, the abbreviation stands for Center for East and Northeastern Regional Studies, Kolkata. We are a Kolkata-based think tank. Our patron is the ex-Army Chief Shankar Rai Chaudhary, and our president is former Air Chief Marshal Orup Raha, who's present here today. I welcome you all to the 4th R.K. Datta Memorial Lecture, which is to be delivered by Dr. Ashok Lahiri. Before commencement of the proceedings, like I mentioned to you, kindly keep your mobile phones off. And during the course of the lecture, if there is no movement, it will be appreciated. I would first request our President, ACM Oru Praha to kindly please take the seat on the dais. May I now also request Dr. Lahiri to please come up and take the other seat on the dais. Gentlemen, give him a big hand. Before we commence the proceedings, may I take this opportunity to felicitate our chief guest here today, Dr. Lahiri. May I request Colonel Sarkar to kindly our President may please hand over a bouquet of flowers and the traditional gamcha to Dr. Lahiri. May I also request Colonel Sarkar a bouquet of flowers to Mrs. Lahiri. I will now request our President, Air Chief Marshal Oru Praha to deliver his.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CENERS-K, as you know, it's a strategic think tank, and Oil India Limited, I extend a very warm welcome to family members and friends of late Shri Ranjit Kumar Datta, the distinguished guests, eminent speakers and panelists, esteemed members of oil industry, Oil India company, as also the tea industry, other organizations and institutions, service officers, both veterans and serving, officers from the civil services, Assam Civil Services and the Central Civil Services, both veterans and serving in Assam, as also the academia, professors, students, to this oration of the fourth late Shri Ranjit Kumar Datta Memorial Lecture on the theme, economic roadmap for Northeastern region by Honorable Dr. Ashok Lahiri, and followed by the panel discussion on tea industry in India, in which we'll have four specialist people from the industry itself with a lot of experience who will be involved in this panel discussion. And the names I would let you know as Mr. Rudra Chatterjee, Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Hazarika, Mr. Harkirat Singh Sidhu, and Mr. Amulik Singh Bijral. And of course, this discussion will be moderated by MS Arunita Fukan Yadav, Indian Revenue Service, who is also the Executive Director of Northeast Tea Board of India. This event is being organized, as was mentioned, jointly by CENERS-K and Oil India Limited, because Shri Ranjit Kumar Datta had served in very important positions in both these institutions or organizations for a prolonged period. And you know that CENERS-K is basically a strategic think tank. It stands for Research Center for Eastern and Northeastern Regional Studies, Kolkata. And it was established in 2007 by eminent team of or members from the northeastern region, which included not only very senior veteran armed forces officers, but also very senior veteran civil service officers from the police service, from the administrative service, from foreign service, retired judges of high court, and distinguished, scholars and academia, as also industrialists and members of business community. At the time of its establishment, these founding members felt that most of the think tanks are based in Delhi, and obviously whenever they do any research and study about the far-flung areas of India, especially the northeastern region, there is a tendency to ignore or the ground realities do not get reflected in those studies and reports and recommendations which are sent to the government. So CENERS-K was established basically to concentrate its focus on the northeastern region as a whole, to study its problems, issues, etc., but also the immediate neighborhood of Southeast Asia and China, as well as extended neighborhood of the Far East Asia. Because anything that happened or happens in these two areas, the immediate neighborhood and extended neighborhood of northeastern region of India, would obviously affect in many ways, in many areas, our country, India, especially the northeastern region. So CENERS-K had been concentrating on the geopolitics, geostrategy, geoeconomics of the northeastern region as a whole. And the concentration of CENERS-K has been in conducting various seminars, webinars, and roundtable discussions on contemporary issues affecting the region. And these are held all across the northeastern region states, the state capitals, like the one which is being held now in Guwahati, actually covers the economic development of the region, the roadmap towards its development, as also oil industry and tea industry, which is so important for the region and the state of Assam. CENERS-K also encourages research into various contemporary issues of the northeastern region by scholars, by academia, by postgraduates and PhD scholars, etc., which is financially aided by CENERS-K, as also mentored and monitored by senior members of CENERS-K. So once these studies are complete and is approved, these are published along with the extracts of various webinars, seminars, roundtable discussions in a journal of CENERS-K, which is called the Calcutta Journal on Global Affairs, CJGA. We also send these reports to relevant ministries at the center as well as state governments for any action that they may deem fit. Oil India Limited, we are very happy that they have not only worked with us to make this event successful, and it has also actually sponsored the event in Guwahati. As you all know, Oil India Limited is one of the state enterprise, second largest company in India in terms of its work output, etc. And it has contributed significantly towards the development of the industry, oil and gas industry in this region as well as India. It has met the energy requirements of the region and the economic development of the region, as also it has enhanced the energy security of the nation. So that is how good Oil India Limited is. And I must say that, Mr. late R.K. Datta had been a colossus, an iconic figure in the oil and gas industry, not only of northeastern region, but the entire India. He had started his career actually in Assam Oil, Dig Boy, and then he rose very rapidly in this hierarchy, contributing very effectively in all the streams and verticals of the oil and gas industry. He is one of the most successful industrymen as far as oil and gas industry is concerned. He not only worked for Assam Oil, but also he was selected to lead Numaligarh Refineries Limited, NRL, and Oil India Limited for prolonged periods in his career. He has been an exceptional leader, a good human being, and an outstanding professional. You can see the embodiment of integrity, courtesy, honesty in him. And he had very good relations with the Indian Armed Forces, because in 1985, I was posted in Tejpur, Air Force Station Tejpur, to a MiG-21 fighter squadron, which was entrusted to teaching the ab initio fighter pilots in air combat as well as weapon delivery. I was an instructor then, and incidentally, the next Chief of the Air Staff, the Chief Designate, Air Marshal A.P. Singh, was one of my pupils in Tejpur those days in 1985. And if I'm not wrong, in 1985, Shri R.K. Datta was instrumental in introducing clean green fuel in the armed forces cookhouses, LPG. So he had the vision, and he knew how to help reduce the pollution, especially in terms of fuel that he used in cooking all over the country, including the armed forces. So he had worked after his retirement from the oil industry as a very senior member of CENERS-K, and he was the vice president for a long time till his demise. So in his memory, for the achievements that he had made, the contributions he has made to the country, its oil industry, and CENERS-K itself, we in CENERS-K instituted this memorial lecture in his name, which is held every year. And we are happy that today we have amongst us Dr. Ashok Lahiri to deliver the oration, and we are grateful to him for accepting our invitation to do so. Dr. Lahiri is a well-renowned economist with global standing at the highest level. He is known all over India as also on the global stage. His stints, in very high positions in the Asian Development Bank, International Monetary Fund, Indian Statistical Institute, ISI, SEBI, etc., are beyond impressive. As a member of the 15th Finance Commission of India, he's had the unique opportunity to work and analyze the economics of all the states of India, including our nation as a whole. As the chairman of the Bandhan Bank, he had a ringside view of the banking sector activities towards the economic development of the nation. In the social sector, he has been involved in an organization called Krishipal, which has been working towards providing alternative livelihoods to tribal women. He is a psephologist. He deals with poll predictions, when elections take place in this country. But he himself got into politics in the political arena, which is very unique and unusual. And he won elections and is currently serving as an MLA in West Bengal Assembly. His book, India in Search of Glory, Political Calculus and the Economy, combines his exceptional experience as an economist of global standing and his passion for politics. So you see that he is surely a man of many parts, many talents, and diverse achievements. Now, I invite Dr. Ashok Lahiri to deliver his oration on the theme, An Economic Roadmap for North-Eastern Region of India. Dr. Lahiri.
Sir, may I just take 2 minutes for Mr. Barua to please step up on the stage and
Okay.
share his experiences with the late R.K. Dotto. Mr. Barua was the former MD of Numaligarh Oil, and we wish to listen.
Very good morning, sir. I am S.K. Barua. I was the former managing director of Numaligarh Refinery Limited, and a very family friend of Mr. R.K. Datta. I just thought I will share a couple of words about Mr. Datta, and that's why I am here. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed and honored guests present here today, it's actually a privilege for me to stand before you today as we gather to honor the memory of an extraordinary leader, a leader in the oil and gas industry, whose vision and dedication shaped not only the industry which he held, but also the oil and gas industry, particularly in the Northeast India. Mr. Ranjit Datta was a pioneer force known for his unwavering commitment to innovation, sustainability, and excellence in project management and in this energy sector. His leadership was defined by forward-thinking approach, always striving to balance industry, growth, and environmental responsibilities. Mr. Datta was born on 21st of February 1946. He did his initial schooling and his ICSE from St. Paul's School, Darjeeling in 1961, where he has obtained first division from the school. He then graduated from St. Stephen's College, Delhi, with honors in history and was awarded the Bishop Westcott Memorial History Prize. He started his career in Assam Oil Company, Digboy, the birthplace of oil industry in India, known as the Gangotri of Indian hydrocarbon sector. As a hardcore oil and marketing professional, he expanded Assam Oil's penetration in retail marketing by building up retail outlets, developing fleet owners, building storage and supply terminals all over the Northeast India. One of the biggest achievements which Sir Arup Rahai had just mentioned was introduction of LPG in Army cookhouse way back in 1985. Sir, you are very correct. This was the first probably initiative of green energy, which was started by Assam Oil way back in 1985. In 1995, he was handpicked by the government of India to head the historic Assam Accord refinery, which is now known as Numaligarh Refinery. He not only constructed and commissioned the refinery within time and within scheduled time and cost, he also created a new company, a new public sector undertaking in the country. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, today Numaligarh is one of the most successful PSU, in joint venture PSU, in this country. And it's all because of him who has started this organization. He has put in place a very effective organization by recruiting and molding a very well-knit and very sincere team and a very vibrant team from different organizations and fresh recruits. He possessed an inherent capability of risk-taking The very strong capability that he had, always a risk-taking capability, which actually helped this company to grow from grassroots. And today, NRL is a very well-known company in this country. In May 2002, he took over as a CMD of Oil India Limited, from where he later retired in 2006. Under his leadership, Oil formulated its professional, strategic, and corporate plan, a very proactive and a visionary approach to meet the challenges in the deregulated scenario of oil industry. In fact, it is during his tenure in oil that he have started participating in interest of oil and ventures abroad. And he had today we can say that Mr. Datta is the only person probably in the Indian oil and gas industry who headed all streams of oil industry, that's the downstream, the upstream, as well as the midstream. After superannuation, he was engaged as an advisor to the government of Assam, an assignment where he refused to take any compensation. And also he was associated with a number of other oil companies as well as a very advisor to CENERS. Cutting it short, we can say that under his guidance, all these institutions thrived, reaching new heights and setting benchmarks in corporate governance. His legacy lives on to the countless professionals which he has mentored, including us and some of us here, the projects he has championed, and the deep respect he has earned across the industry. Today we celebrate his life, leadership, and contribution with this memorial lecture, which serves as a tribute to his enduring impact in the oil and gas sector. As we reflect on his achievement, let us also be inspired by his vision for a future powered by innovation and responsibility. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Numaligarh Refinery and Oil India have been our corporate members for a long time, associated with CENERS-K. I will now request Mr. Anirban Bhagwati to just in a few words try and give you an overview of Oil India, the sponsors of the event today, before I request the Chief Guest to give his keynote address. Thank you, Mr. Anirban.
Thank you, Brigadier Mukherjee sir, for giving this opportunity and honor to address the gathering. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Lahiri sir, ACM Raha sir, and all the august gathering representing oil industry, army, government of Assam, tea industry. Actually, it is our CMD sir who was supposed to present here. Actually, he has taken keen interest in coming, but due to last moment of ministerial engagement, he could not come. And he expresses his regret, and he told me to convey to this message that he was totally involved in coming, but due to this event, he could not come. But he wanted me to tell that the part that our visionary leader Ranjit Datta has actually set up in oil, we are following that. Actually, our S.K. Borua sir has mentioned that while he was in oil, he has taken a initiative of expanding oil. Actually, this is the breakthrough initiative, breakthrough performance that was a project taken by oil, where we aspire to become large, from a reality to a big organization. At that time, Oil India was a 3 million ton company. At that time, he aspired to become a 7 million ton company, and the parts were set. Thereafter, we went global. After 2006, we went global. We went pan-India. Earlier, only in Assam and Rajasthan we were there, but we expanded our horizons to various exploration areas across the pan-India. And sir has now said that we are now going in last year we are highest oil and gas equivalent production 6.54 million metric ton of oil equivalent, and we aspire to go high. We have taken a Oil India in Assam and Northeast was considered as a 3 million ton company. We have taken projects to become 4 million. The project is Mission 4 Plus, as well as other initiatives like from gas, starting from 2 million to 2 BCM. Now we are aspiring to become 5 BCM. Then and expand exploration areas in Northeast. Earlier, almost 10,000 square kilometer of petroleum exploration areas are there. Now in our kitty, we have 65,000 square kilometer of exploration area, and we are going deep offshore. That means towards Andaman also. So with this initiative, Oil India aspires to grow, and in coming years, you will see Oil India as a bigger company what it was earlier. And this is all due to the parts set up by Mr. Datta during 2004-5 by the creation of the breakthrough performance, the setting up the goals, and the mission that was taken at that time, the fastest growing energy company with global presence and presence and creating value to the stakeholders. With this mission, we are following, our present management is following this path, and we'll be achieving those milestones shortly. And as well as Sir has categorically said, Mr. Dutta was categorically in good relation with all government officials, army, tea industry, and oil also at present having the same synergies going with tea, army, defense forces, and all our stakeholders. So, sir, with these things, I'd like to conclude and express our sincere thanks, and it becomes our privilege to be associated with this kind of august gathering, and oil will be always in this front. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take this opportunity on behalf of CENERS-K to request Dr. Lahiri to please take the stage and deliver the keynote address today on the theme, Economic Roadmap for the Northeastern Region. Please give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Chief, sir, may I request you to kindly be seated.
Air Marshal Raha, Sri Borua, and distinguished friends, I can see the who's who of Northeast are here. Let me first thank the organizers for giving me the honor of delivering the 4th R.K. Datta Memorial Lecture. I met Sri Ranjit Datta once, socially, in a social gathering, and was instantly impressed by the force of his personality, his knowledge about the Northeast, and his commitment to the development of this region. But before that, of course, I had heard about him when I visited Digboy. As Sri Borua said, it's the Gangotri of Indian oil industry. And I knew about Mr. Datta. So I consider it a privilege to be delivering this lecture. What I propose to do today is to discuss first the possible reasons for the relative backwardness of this region, and second, an indicative roadmap for developing the region. I must warn you that I may go over time. I may take about an hour. I hope that is fine. And then an indicative roadmap for developing the region. These are the two objectives that I have. It is a highly ambitious venture, and I audaciously embark upon it because it is of critical importance not only for the region, but I consider it's of critical importance for the country as a whole. And also I must say that this audacious venture is partly because the organizers suggested it. Once they suggested it, I couldn't get out of it. So I venture into it with a lot of trepidation, and I believe the reason for that is I believe Mr. Datta, Ranjit Babu, would have approved of my audacity because it's of great importance. Many of you, of course, know more about the Northeast than I do, and I hope you will forgive my mistakes, and in the during question and answers session, you will point out the mistakes that I am committed. See, in Guwahati, the capital of Assam, I must say a few words about the economy of Assam. And as you know, it contributes about 2/3 of the gross state domestic product of the Northeast, of the region. So it's the first among the 7 sisters. And I'll be amiss if I do not share with you the good news that Assam in recent years has been growing faster than the country. And that is reflected in the share of total GDP that comes from Assam. It has grown, I think, from 1.65% in 2016-17 to 1.81% in the financial year 2022-23. So it's a good sign that its share is increasing. Its per capita income has almost doubled in the last 7 years. Two major reasons behind this is the enhanced government capital expenditure. The government has spent more on capital items. It has streamlined its procurement procedure, and it has also introduce the digital infrastructure for direct benefit transfer schemes. That's very important because that's the way you can weed out the fictitious beneficiaries. In the last, since 2014, the road length in Assam has doubled. And over the last 2 years, the government has constructed approximately 12 kilometers per day. I'm a great believer in roads. You connect the places, people will do the rest. The government has constructed on average 12 kilometers per day. Furthermore, on 29th August 2023, it brought out its Assam Electronic Semiconductor etc. policy in 2023. All of us, especially the entire Northeast, is looking very carefully as to how this policy unravels and how it delivers. Because it's going to be a major venture. And even I personally take a lot of interest in how it is going to play out. Now let me go to the Northeast. As all of you know, the 2.6 lakh square kilometers territory of the 8 Northeastern states, the so-called Seven Sisters of Arunachal, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura, and the brother state of Sikkim, which comprise the Northeastern region, is large and about 8% of the country's territory. 8% is not something to sniff at. It is larger than all but 10 of the European countries. For example, it is larger than the United Kingdom and more than twice as large as Greece and Hungary, and more than 6 times as large as Denmark, Netherlands and Switzerland. But its population of only 4.6 crore in 2011, we don't have a census after 2011, so this population was less than what each of these 6 countries had. So a larger territory, smaller population. With only 3.8% of the country's population and 8% of the territory, of course some of the territory are in mountains and in forests, it's sparsely populated. And its population density was only 173 per square kilometer compared to the country's 382. So it's about half, less than half, I think. So not only in terms of land-man ratio, but in terms of resources, the region is rich. And despite that, why does the Northeast rank low in terms of per capita income or development? So that is what I call the Northeastern puzzle. And the human resources, I know enough of you, you are among the best and brightest in the country. So good land-man ratio, plenty of resources, rich human capital. So why this backwardness? See, the inter-se ranking among states, the number of states has changed, sometimes 25, sometimes 28. So it varies across years. So it's like a race. Sometimes you're first, sometimes you're 10th. But the average ranking in a descending order from the richest state to the lowest state of the northeastern states has remained remarkably stable around 14 to 17. So the northeastern states are among the backward states, poorer states of the country. Why? In spite of this resource richness, beneficial land-man ratio and so on. Not only that, many have become poorer, relatively poorer across time. I don't want to it's a sad story, so I don't want to mention which state has gone from which rank to which, but most states have become poorer over time. So at the outset, let me get one thing very clear. I won't mention who because I was reading, but Some of you may ask the question, I don't think you will, but some people ask the question that development, what is the foundational principle? Why must we have development? Why can't we remain the way we are? Now, I have no sympathy for that. I don't want to engage in that debate. I come from a poor country where many people are poor, many people are hungry, and I take it that development and higher income is a welcome thing. We want it. Now, even for environmental sustainability, I believe we need money. We need money and development to make it environmentally sustainable. If you do not have the money, you cannot have environmental sustainability. So, with so much of poverty in my country, so much of deprivation, I take it that development and higher income is a good thing. So, let me start from there. So, before discussing the roadmap, let me mention the reasons for backwardness. First and foremost, I think, is the aggravating breakup of a natural economic region. Radcliffe came and drew the line, but that's not the natural economic space. For the Northeast, rail and road links with Kolkata were through East Bengal, which became East Pakistan. Partition cut off established links from the rest of the country. A new road link, rail link via Takiagram to Shiliguri in West Bengal, quickly restored that link with Assam. But for the rest of the Northeast, they were cut off. There was flourishing trade in cotton, lac, timber, and other forest produce from the Northeast to East Pakistan, and from East Pakistan things used to come. Until 1965 war, trade was not a problem, but then trade was disrupted. Now, if you look at the years, in 60-61, the per capita NSDP at current prices of Assam at rupees 315 was 3% higher than the all India average. What happens after 65? After 65 and 65-66, it fell to 6.5% below that of India and 18% below that of India in 1969-70. So the partition cut off a natural economic space, and somehow or the other we haven't been able to establish the kind of bonhomie and trade that we needed, so far at least. Second, the related problem of connectivity. Except through the narrow Siliguri corridor, which is also called the chicken snake, the Northeast is surrounded on the other sides by 5 neighboring countries. So connection with the port of Kolkata became very long. With Chittagong, it was tortuous. And the connectivity with so many star generals sitting here in the audience, I won't go into the importance of connectivity for strategic purposes, but even for the economic angle, the connectivity is very important. Without connectivity, you cannot have economic prosperity. Now, the connectivity, we have to have roads, and you have to have roads which are all-weather roads, which are metal roads, which gives you good connectivity. Now, every year floods and erosion used to wreak havoc on these roads. Now we have good quality roads. Now I don't find Northeast. I know from the Northeast. I'm a lover of the Northeast for years and decades. So I've been visiting this region. I don't miss a chance whenever I'm invited to it. As the organizers know, I said yes the first time I was invited. So I have been to this region. The roads have improved. The roads have definitely improved. But for example, I was amazed that until September 1962, when Shoraighat Bridge became operational, the passengers from Bongaigaon side had to get down from the train on the Amingao side of the Brahmaputra river, cross the river, then resume their journey to Padua Junction. They used to get down and then they used to resume their journey, train journey to Guwahati and Dibrugarh. So the connectivity continues to be a problem. Third is the problem of a troubled neighborhood. It's a troubled neighborhood. Of our neighbors, international neighbors in the northeast, Tibet, Myanmar and Bangladesh are troubled by civil strife and political instability, which are not conducive to rapid economic development. Your neighbors matter. As we will know, historically, Asia was the most prominent continent in the world until the Industrial Revolution. Then something happened, we fell back. But again, Asia is on the move. As you know, Japan in the late 19th century and early 20th century took off. Then after that, the four Asian tigers, the not newly industrialized countries, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore and Hong Kong. They took off. Then China has also taken off. We know Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, they are doing well. But somehow this wave of the Asian century somehow gets stalled around Myanmar. The wave did not percolate through Myanmar. And I often wonder that what that impact of Luki's policy or Act's policy would have been if, instead of what we have, our neighbors were dynamic economies like Singapore, Thailand or Vietnam. But you can't choose your neighbors are ordained for you. Coming back to the primary reason for the relative backwardness of the Northeast, now I must tell you a sensitive issue. That is the twin issues of fractionalization and polarization. What is fractionalization? Fractionalization is basically the probability of you meet another individual on the street, you pick them at random, two people, and find they differ from each other in terms of language or ethnicity or religion or caste. That's fractionalization. You're getting fractured. Now, there are measures of ethno-linguistic fractionalization, and India in 1970 ranked among the top 67 countries. And in 2005, by the expanded Social Diversity Index, incorporating linguistic, racial and religious aspects, it was in the top 2 deciles. I don't have these indices for the Northeast, but I suspect it may be even higher than in India. So, there is this problem of fractionalization. The comfort that I have with sitting with you. Now, the comfort will be much more if we speak the same language, if we have the same religion, if we eat the same food, we look like each other. But the comfort will be less if we are different. Now, apart from fractionalization, there is the polarization. One is you may be a Jat, I may be a Madrasi. But there is no polarization. We feel very comfortable with each other. The polarization is the intensity of the intergroup identification and intergroup alienation. No, never mind, I'm a Guju and you're a Bong. There is no polarization. There is no. We are very comfortable with each other. The other is that no, if we have some. No, polarization is not good. I don't want to dwell on this, but I must tell you that fractionalization and polarization is not something unique to India. It has been in Europe. In most of the European countries, they face that. In fact, nation building in Europe was a major thing. For example, Italy, when they unified in the 1860s, and the northern side succeeded in unifying the country, then there was Massimo de Azeglio. He was, I think, the Prime Minister of Sardinia. He said, now that we have got Italy, we need to build Italians. So similarly, we have got India, but we need to build Indians. Not only that, even in France, after the French Revolution onwards, and throughout the 19th century, there were concerted attempts to build French citizens. Peasants into Frenchmen is the title of the book the American historian Eugene Weber wrote, in which he describes how, through roads and railways and expanding school system and traditional attitudes and practices break down, and they built French citizens. So I genuinely believe that the nation building is continuing in India. We have succeeded a lot. I keep on joking with my friends that Yugoslavia broke up, the Soviet Union broke up, then which Pakistan broke up. The Sahibs, when they left, they had predicted that we will break up. We Indians are so inefficient, we haven't been able to break up the country so far. And after having succeeded for so long, I absolutely believe that we will succeed. And we are not going to be the first ones to build a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-linguistic country, because Belgium, Singapore and Switzerland have done it. So we are not going to get the Nobel Prize when we do it, but I hope we'll do it. Now, an economic roadmap. The first question that comes is union government support. Has it been too much or too little? The most important ingredient of any economic roadmap for the Northeast is physical infrastructure. I believe that. Roads, railways, air connectivity. Now, given the mountainous terrain and mighty rivers crisscrossing the region and long distances to be covered, building the physical infrastructure, especially roads and railroads, is beyond the financial capabilities of these states. The Union government has been proactive in promoting the development of the Northeast, particularly the physical infrastructure. Now, Union government, first in the 60s, they introduced the concept of special category states. Then they set up the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region, donor, the Northeast Road Development Sector Scheme, NERSDS, and Northeast Special Infrastructure Development Scheme, NESIDS. Now, given the handicaps of the eastern region, kicking off development and growth on its own, the questions that can be asked about the Union government is, has it done too little? Or second, has it done too much and developed a dependency syndrome? Sitting here in Guwahati, I will not be surprised if all of you from the northeastern region you immediately say, no, no, too little, too little. The Union government should have done more. I fully agree with the view that expanding infrastructure is beyond the means of these northeastern states. You cannot expect them to build all the schools, hospitals, roads, railways on their own. At the same time, creating capacity ahead of time, ahead of demand, involves some waste of resources. Because India is a large country, there are other states which require those roads, they will use it tomorrow. Here you build a road which is not used for some time. Furthermore, the Union government builds its own roads, slowly there must be a feeling of ownership. At least operation and maintenance should be done by the state governments. Because if you do not let it happen, or you do not develop that, there is no sense of ownership. And public assets we must have a feeling of ownership. That's only when we'll start shouting and screaming that why is this below quality? Why is this not being maintained properly? If someone else comes and gives it to you. So it's a difficult question, and I will not elaborate on this topic, but it's a question that you ought to think about, is whether the union government has done too much or too little. Second is fiscal giveaways. I use the term rather pejoratively. Now in India, balanced regional development through the industrialization of the backward regions has been a stated goal right from the first 5-year plan. In 1968, the erstwhile Planning Commission identified Assam and Nagaland among the 12 states and union territories as industrially backward and qualifying for special treatment to promote industrial development. Then the Wanchu Committee, constituted in 1970, recommended fiscal and financial incentives to attract industries in these backward regions. Subsequently, there have been many policies. I won't go into the details of it. The Northeast Industrial Policy, the Northeast Industrial Investment Promotion Policy, the Northeast, the Uttar Purba Transformative Industrialization Scheme. The economic rationale behind this was that you attract some firms to this region, to these territories, create centers of agglomeration spillovers, and then you find that industries are growing. So what has research found? Research has found that when you give these incentives, it does happen. But there is some negative impact on the other regions where there is no incentive, but overall it's positive. But the bad news is that there is no permanence. It's not sustained. The agglomeration that happens, it disappears after some time. So, this self-sustained agglomeration that you give these benefits, industries come, industries develop, then you withdraw those incentives, but the industries continue. That hasn't happened. So with regard to these incentives, the two issues are whether we should give more or whether we should give less. A clear-cut answer to the question whether we should give more or whether we should give less is difficult, partly because of its political ramifications. Any political party doing it is not going to make itself popular. But some fiscal incentives, even if it continues, if you do not have the two fundamental changes in the Northeast, one is connectivity, the other is law and order. If you do not have these two, then this self-sustained agglomeration effects will not continue. Now, should the incentive schemes be designed better? Now, all of you know about the famous case of Dharampal Satyapal and the fiscal incentives. So how the case unfolded. So I have to be very careful about fiscal incentives, that we don't design it in such a way that the wrong people take it. Now, improved connectivity is the most important thing in terms of the roadmap. Now, there is a clear acceleration in the connectivity front. For example, you take a total of 4,950 kilometers of national highway network at a cost of rupees 41,459 crore has been developed in the Northeast by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways during the last 9 years, 2014 to 2023. Now even donor is spending something like 3,372 crore. There is rapid progress in rail connectivity as well. As you all know, of the 8 state capitals in the Northeast, only Itanagar in Arunachal, Guwahati in Assam, and Agartala and Tripura are already connected by rail. But rail connectivity, Jiribam Imphal in Manipur line, it's about 111 kilometers, and I find that the railway project is costing a lot of money, 19,000 crore. It has got the longest tunnel, called tunnel number 12, with length of 11.55 kilometers between Jiribam and Imphal. I want to visit that as soon as it's 12 kilometer long tunnel is being built. It will surpass the Pir Panjal railway tunnel. Then similarly in Mizoram, the capital Aizawl is getting rail connectivity. Kohima is going to have rail connectivity. The capital of Sikkim, Gangtok, will have rail connectivity. Now the Uran air connectivity, it's called the Regional Connectivity Scheme, that is also being implemented. But what I notice is that in some of the places where it was started, there is not enough demand, and the price, the fare is determined in such a way that with the viability gap funding, after it started, it was stopped. So again there is this question of, will you have supply-led changes or demand-led changes? There has to be some balance. You need to have the capability of the people to pay some fare after the subsidy, which will make it operational. So I believe that Uran is going to succeed, but the teething trouble is there. Now, here, one thing that I need to bring to your notice, that we have to be slightly careful about where to build roads. Now there are two measures of road, how much roads is there. One, you can calculate road kilometer per square kilometer of area. The other is how many kilometers of roads per 10,000 people. So look at the challenge of road connectivity. Road length per 1,000 people and road length per 1,000 square kilometers. At end March 2018, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram had total road densities of 604 kilometers and 634 kilometers respectively per 1,000 square kilometers of area. Around 650, say. This was less than 40% of the national average of 1,617. So you can say Mizoram and Arunachal doesn't have roads. In the country, you have 1,600 kilometers per 10,000 square kilometers, per 1,000 square kilometers, and here you have only less than 40%. But when you look at road density per 1,000 people, we find that Arunachal and Mizoram had 42.92 and 13.34 kilometers respectively, which was 8.5 times and 2.5 times more than the national average of 4.39 kilometers. So if you look at road density in terms of number of people, you're getting that it's too much roads that you have built. If you look at the number of square kilometers and how much road you have, you find too little. Now, for strategic reasons, you may need roads everywhere. We may need roads in Bumla and we may need roads in Tawan. But for economic reasons, it has to do something with the number of people. So here, my point is that you may also have to think about habitation planning. The reason you need cities and towns, well-planned ones, not the chaotic hill stations that we have managed to create all over the Himalayas, particularly the middle Himalayas, even eastern Himalayas in Darjeeling and other places. Lovely hill stations that I have seen from my childhood are now in a mess. Now, but if you do habitation planning, you get the people concentrated in nice urban centers, then you will find that you don't need so many roads up to so many places. The army and the air defense forces may say they need roads, but for economic reasons we may not need so many roads. So, in the context of connectivity, I must also say that I sometimes find that there is a resistance to connectivity because of preserving the ethno-cultural character or the environment of the area. For instance, the proposed extension of the railway network to the Khasi Hills in Meghalaya was and is still contested on the issue of tribal rights, threats to ethnicity, identity, and the fear of huge unregulated influx of outsiders. Indeed, given that the northeastern region is a biodiversity hotspot, we need to have infrastructure projects planned properly to maintain the environment. But the preservation of culture and ecology needs economic development. And sometimes the preservation of culture and ecology is positioned as dichotomous to infrastructure projects and development. It is a false dichotomy. History tells us that the isolationists in China, or isolationism in China, in the 19th century under the Qing dynasty, whereby foreign trade and interaction with the outside world was restricted, led to a semi-colonial period in China under European powers. In the Northeast, I must also say that until connectivity improves, we must focus on high value, low volume production. To get large volumes from elsewhere and produce little value and again send it is going to be unviable. So what we need is low volume, high value production. Now, here I must point out that one area which I find there is a lot of scope for improving is tea. There is going to be a panel discussion in tea after this. Now, I am quite enthused by Sri Lanka. Now, Sri Lanka tea in our childhood days was nowhere. Now, Sri Lanka has developed its own brand. And Dilma, for example, has become very successful. Now, Assam tea, CTC tea, and need not be sold in bulk. I don't see why we can't have proper packaging, proper branding, sorting of tea industry. Now, let me just quickly talk about tourism before I end. Now, tourism, you know that travel and tourism industry contributes about 10.5% of global GDP and employs 1 in every 10 people worldwide. Now, when I look at tourism in Northeast, I find that it's not one of the hotspots, tourism hotspots in the world. The region has pristine natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, cuisine, diversity, wildlife. What doesn't it have? It has so many wildlife sanctuaries. So, if you look at how many tourists were there, 118.45 lakh domestic tourists, That's about 1 crore, a little more than a crore, and 1 lakh foreign tourists in the Northeast. Only in 2022. Why do I say only? I say only because in 2023, Switzerland saw almost 2.1 crore international tourists. We didn't have as many domestic tourists as, in fact, half the international tourists that Switzerland had in terms of domestic tourists. So, and in terms of population and area, we are much bigger than Switzerland in the Northeast. So why does the tourism potential remain untapped? First, is the fragile law and order condition. No tourist will like to come to an area where you don't know whether your tour will be disrupted, your holiday will be disrupted, your life will be in danger, your possession will be in danger. Second, tourists are interested in going to multiple places. They don't want to come and stay in one place. They want to be traveling to many places. If connectivity is not good, if I can't do Kaziranga and then go to Tawang easily, why should I come? And third is the lack of associated facilities. So you go to a tourist spot. Tourist spot is not just one thing. You need nice hotels, you need sports, gyms, shopping facilities, restaurants. You need traps where tourists can spend money. And here in Assam or in the Northeast, I find most places you go, even if you have money, there is no way to spend the money. What will you spend the money on? So we need to have hoteliers and tour developers who have international experience. Let me end with just 3 more quick points. One is what to do about migration. This is a sensitive topic, I know. The Northeast has been particularly sensitive about people coming from outside. But one of the things that I actually am quite excited when I read about it, there's the out-migration also. Now, like in-migration affects the demography, so does out-migration. Recently, after the COVID-19 lockdown, the return of large numbers of migrant workers to their home states brought the reality of the situation into sharp relief. The Northeast was no exception. More than 138 Shramik special trains transported nearly 1,88,000 stranded people to various states of the Northeast, including those who arranged their own transportation. Total return migrants to the Northeast from various states during the period of lockdown was estimated at 5.1 lakh. Some see this transformation of only from in-migration to out-migration as well. That means from a migrant receiving region to a migrant producing area as a sign of the Northeast people coming of age. But as a proud Indian, I must say, I'm all for mixing. I believe the whole of India belongs to me. I can go and settle down anywhere. And I recognize the same right to everyone in India. You come. Wherever I am, you come. And so, but this is a sensitive topic, but this is a good sign. Now, creating fiscal space and improving governance. This is fiscal space is essential. Most of these northeastern states have got very high fiscal deficit. Debt is also high. Their corruption you can never prove, but the allegations of corruption and wastage of money So we need to improve governance, we need to improve fiscal space, and last but not the least is harnessing hydropower. See, the Northeast has the potential of producing 40% of the hydropower in the country and has been called the future powerhouse of the country. Hydropower also has the advantage of being of the sustainable variety. Many projects were planned, but unfortunately most involve enormous delays with large cost overruns. Only about a third of India's total potential of 145,320 megawatts hydropower, excluding pumped storage schemes, has been realized. I won't go into the details of Subansiri hydro project. I think Subansiri is coming on stream. We are expecting that it will come on stream. But it has been in the works for 20 years. The 2 gigawatt project started in 2003 was delayed by protests and litigation driven by concerns over environmental damage. Work was suspended for 8 years. It's a classic case of how not to do a project. Now there is a saying, in Asian Development Bank we used to discuss it, the Chinese take a long time to do their project. Why? The Chinese take 4 or 5 years to plan the project and they execute it in 2 years. We Indians, what do? We plan the project in 6 months and then we take 20 years to implement it because the project readiness filter is not. See, before we launch a project, we must know everything is in order. I believe to get a project approved, we need how many? 40 clearances. So let's make sure that we have all the clearances before we launch a project. And I believe there is a bit to learn from how Bhutan has done it. Now, sorry I have taken too long. You have been extremely indulgent and have listened to me for over an hour. I thank you for your attention and indulgence. I shall spare you any summing up of what I said, but I will conclude by saying that collectively we must apply our minds to analyze the root causes of what ails the Northeast and what is at the root of the Northeastern puzzle. So much, yet so little. So much possibilities, yet so little achieved. So what holds the region back from its development? And it should command a pride of place not only in India, in Southeast Asia. I am confident that if we do that, we'll succeed, and there will be no more of the Northeastern puzzle to solve for our future generations. Thank you.
I think we all are mesmerized by the scope of his talk, all the diverse factors which go into making the actual roadmap for economic development of the Northeastern region. I think an excellent talk highlighting every important aspect, the problem areas and the solutions as well. You know, we in CENERS-K normally study the Northeastern region, and all of us are aware that Northeastern region has got more diversity than rest of India. Any sphere, language, culture, literature, music, cuisine, address everywhere. It has so much of natural resources in terms of forest products, in terms of, flowers, in terms of spices, minerals, etc. Its potential is outstanding, as Dr. Lahiri brought out, that we have not been able to exploit its potential, and northeastern region has not been brought up to the real potential that it has, for various reasons. One of the reasons, to my mind, is the tyranny of distance, which you did highlight, that the entire country, including northeastern region, which is so far-flung, is ruled from Delhi. The people who decide on various issues is in Delhi. So this problem of tyranny of distance has affected this region right from the beginning, including the British rule, when we did not feel, or the people who mattered, feel the need to develop this region in all its aspects and integrate the region. It continued even after independence. And recent times, I think a lot of effort has gone in creation of infrastructure, development of infrastructure, industry, roads, communications, rail, and air links, etc., without which, as was mentioned by Dr. Lahiri, that economic activities cannot take off. So I am positive that in the near future, despite the problems of diversity, we have problems of diversity, of friction, etc., instability, extortion, and things like that. So northeastern region will become the launch pad for sustaining our Act East policy. So once again, I'd like to thank Dr. Lahiri for all the effort he has made to present an economic roadmap for the region very, very logically, very beautifully. I request all of you to give him a big hand once again. Can we take 5-10 minutes for question and answer? Yes, please. Can I ask a question?
Sir, I'm Robin Kalida. I'm a retired civil servant from the Indian Railways. So, being from the transportation segment, my primary conjecture would be on the connectivity which you mentioned, which is again related very much to the partition of India, which you mentioned as the first problem, that first roadblock that came, because partition led to problems in connectivity. So you said that the northeast, or rather that time the undivided Assam, was connected well with the rest of the country, and therefore there was no problem with connectivity. And then this became a problem when East Pakistan came. So I would like to put it as 3 different phases. Now it becomes the 3rd phase. First phase is the formation of Pakistan. Second was the liberation of Bangladesh, where a different system came forward. And then the third was the recent developments in Bangladesh. All this while, we knew that connectivity was a major issue because of East Pakistan or Bangladesh or whatever. Of course, the government of India immediately took up the ARLP, the Assam Rail Link project, and then saved this region from getting disconnected through that chicken neck. But all these years, sir, right from 1947, and especially from 1971, 72 onwards when Bangladesh was, what action have we taken to see that the connectivity could be restored through Bangladesh? I have had the good fortune to visit Bangladesh on a delegation to discuss this with the people there, with the government there. And then we met with very defiant media and even the government people. They did not want a connectivity to be set through from Bengal side to the northeast side. And I don't know what happened after that. Government after government came, but we could not restore it. We still do not have direct connectivity. Though the Indian Railways went and spent crores and crores of rupees in improving their terminals inside Bangladesh. The terminals of Bangladesh Railways being improved by the Indian Railways, Government of India. And yet we still do not have connectivity through those places. We still do not have. Did our foreign policy fail, or did we not see this as a strategy that we should have taken up, sir?
You ask a very difficult question. When I've traveled from Bangladesh, I was representing Bangladesh in ADB also. I was representing Bangladesh also in ADB. So I had full access. So I've traveled from Dhaka to Agartala via Akhora-Agartala connection. I've traveled from Dhaka, Kolkata also, to Petrapol, Manapur that day, just to see. Now, Akhora-Agartala, the connectivity has been done. Now, the ICTs are not in place as yet. There are many more people who know about external affairs, they're experts in external affairs. But from what little I know, there is always the persecution complex or insecurity of a small neighbor vis-a-vis a large neighbor. I believe Mexico has that with the United States. So Bangladesh considers that this transit right or connectivity is something that they have bargaining power with. Now, you're absolutely right. For example, Hili-Tura corridor. If we can have Hili-Tura corridor, that will solve much of the problems of connectivity of the northeast with the rest of the country. Same is true of Akhora-Agartala, Feni to Chattogram. Now these are matters, I don't know how far it is the railways, how far is external affairs. So there must be experts here on external affairs who would like to enlighten us on what is the likelihood of this coming through. But I must say that we must keep trying. You never know when an opportunity opens. But in terms of diplomacy, from what little I know, rather than telling them how much we will benefit, we should highlight what Bangladesh will give. Because if Bangladesh Railways is in a shambles compared to, very few times do I feel proud of what my country has. But traveling by Bangladesh Railways, I really felt proud of you guys in Indian Railways that we have a super service compared to what Bangladesh has. So it's a major problem, but I can't give you a categorical answer. And I'm not very hopeful with until the current turmoil settles down in Bangladesh, how much can be achieved. Because if I'm hell-bent to teach you a lesson even at my own cost, then it's very difficult to do a good bargain. So, no, I have nothing more to say. I'm not very hopeful about it.
No, sir, I just wanted your response on this, that look at European community, sir. You can travel from one end of the continent to another end without any problems. It's smooth sailing. You get into a train from one side.
Right, but
so similar thing could have been done here also,
yeah,
sir.
but see, they went through a catharsis. We haven't killed even 5% of the number of Germans that the Brits killed and how the number of Brits that the Germans killed. They had a bloodbath in Europe, so they know. We haven't gone through anything like that. So their background and our background is very different. And mind you, this seamless connection in Europe, that's the post-European Union from 1945 till how much? When was the European unification? 90. So 45 years they waited. And I'm sure that sanity will prevail even in the subcontinent. But it has taken too long. There is no reason why I shouldn't be able to go. I'm an MLA from Balurghat. I can just cross Hilly, go to the other side, have some Ilish March and come back. I can't. I can't.
So,
May I-
since the
may I
mic is
just-
still in my hand, just a small question now, sir. You've given rise to many questions, but one small question. We often refer, most of the time we refer to the Northeast vis-a-vis India. We never say Manipur or Nagaland or Assam. Most of the time, though it was undivided Assam, why can't we go individually, state by state? Even when the weather forecast is given on the television or the radio, they say Assam and the adjoining areas or the northeastern region. Why can't we have individual identity? Why are we only talking about Northeast? It's so different. Each state is so different from the other. It's a small question, but it's my mind troubling me. I agree. Sir, thank you very much, sir.
Sir, just to add to what he had said, I mean, there is one report within a study that we had done in CENERS-K itself. I do not know whether it is the short-sightedness of the Bangladesh government or ours. If the transit facilities is allowed by Bangladesh and we are able to exploit all the resources to go through, I believe the annual transit fees that Bangladesh would collect from us will range in the range of $5 billion to go up to $15 billion.
Absolutely right, sir.
Don't they see this? I just sometimes fail that is it the short-sightedness or the, like you said, a small neighbor with a big neighbor, and is that the kind of attitude that they have, that they don't build up this? They could well spiral their economy this way.
See, with so many army officers present here, I must tell you that normally when I fight with you, I assume that you're scared of your life. You know that I'm scared of my life. So we actually call it a truce when you know that I have worsted you or you have worsted me. But someone who's willing to give his life, then it's very difficult. I mean, it's not a sane transaction anymore. So when you are doing a transaction where I don't bother as to how much I'll gain, but I'm more worried that you will gain a lot, then I want to teach you a lesson. To hell with you. I mean, I don't want to gain that 10 rupees because you will gain 15. A rational transaction is very difficult.
One last question. Anybody?
Is he allowed? He's a panelist. He'll ask a tough question.
No, I'll step out of the panel. No, what I wanted to mention was that one of the concerns for development, especially in the Northeast, is we are afraid of the impact assessment, the environment impact assessment, because in many of the road constructions in the Himalayas, we are seeing big disasters taking place. And there's a big feeling that the impact assessment was not done properly. And as a result, we are getting all these problems. So in the Northeast also, we are a very sensitive area, not only because the Himalayas are around us, but also because of the rivers, which are related to the Himalayas, because they all come out of that. So, impact assessment is critical. And if we talk about Subanseri, right? Now, Subanseri project or discussion on building a project there, I first saw in 1982. They were doing tunneling on the site to see the rock surfaces and all for the building up. So it's in the making for a very long time, right? And there were agitations in the 80s because some villages were going to be submerged, upper Subanseri, from Gerukamuk upwards and all. So it's been in the making for a long time. So there were obviously concerns because in 1950 earthquake, the Subanseri got dammed because a hill, part of that gorge fell into the thing. It built up to about 40, 50 or 100 feet. Then it broke and huge waves as much as 17 feet hit the first factory which was there, taking everything along. And the whole river course changed after that. So, that is still in the minds of people like me who are still alive. But it's something that we worry about, that the impact assessments are not really as they should be. Thank you.
Mr. Sidhu, I couldn't agree with you more. Only thing that I'll say is that there are two options. One is to do nothing. The other is to take the best advice, do the best possible analysis, and do what is scientifically the best thing to do. My problem is with the advice of inaction. Doing nothing, see, from little that I know, the Indo-Gangetic Delta or even the Himalayas has very unstable. Rivers have changed course. The Tista has changed course in the last 200 years, I think. In my constituency, I have got the river Atri, which was the old course of Tista. So now, in this day and age, particularly having seen a bit of Europe, we need river training, and we need the best experts to give us the best possible advice. The only thing that I do not like is when people say, don't do anything, don't touch it. Don't touch it will not solve the problem. We must touch it, but touch it sensibly with the best possible advice. And how can I disagree with you that the impact assessment has to be done by the best and the brightest, without any compromise? Let the experts tell us, the geologists, the environmentalists, how we should do it. But let them not say that please climb trees and remain like monkeys. We cannot.
See, we've diluted the original EAI some years ago, I think 4 or 5 years ago. We diluted the original one. So that already is an impact which is going to hurt you. So, you know, it's from that point that we speak that we need to, definitely we want development. Northeast, any area wants development, but not at the cost of environmental damages.
But that is where I'm saying we must be honest. If you are an environmental expert, I'll salute you and say, please come, tell me how to do it, what you do, what you say, I'll do it. I shouldn't be dishonest in calling someone an environmental specialist when he is not or she is not. And then whatever he or she advises, not doing it properly. We shouldn't cut corners.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed for time, so I'll wind up here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for this enlightening. And may I take this opportunity of asking the President to give a memento from our CENERS-K to Dr. Lahiri, and a certificate of participation that we normally give to our dignitaries who come. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, sir, to have given us this. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a break for tea, and we will reassemble here another 15 minutes to start the next part of our program. Is a panel discussion on the tea industry. The theme that has been pointed out, does the tea industry need to be reinvented? It will be an absolute passionate discussion on the tea industry, and I'm sure all of you will participate. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the tea is laid out in the seminar room. As you go out, turn left, and you'll notice that the tea has been laid out there in the seminar room. You're kindly requested to move. May I request everybody to settle down? I still see some of the audience outside. If you could just join in. Thank you. We start the next part of our program at the moment, the panel discussion, to be moderated by Mrs. Arunita Fukan Yadav. She is the Director of Northeast Tea Board of India. Ma'am, may I invite you onto the dais? And we have two of our participants here. We have Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Hazarika. Sir, if you could kindly join her. And we have Mr. Harkirat Singh Sidhu. Could you kindly come up to the dais? Two more panelists, Mr. Rudra Chatterjee and Mr. Amulik Singh. They are joining us virtually and they will be there up on the screen. As you can notice, Mr. Chatterjee is already there. Welcome, sir. And we hope for a very fruitful panel discussion to be moderated by Mrs. Yadav. I am handing over the whole show to her now. Thank you, ma'am. Your show.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you. It feels wonderful to be in the midst of such a distinguished presence. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful view that you gave us on the economic roadmap. It certainly taught me a lot. So what I intend to do today is that we have very distinguished speakers on the panel who will be speaking on specific topics and give a general overview also. I would, of course, like to introduce the panelists here today. All of them come with extremely impressive resumes. We start off with Mr. Rudra Chatterjee. He's the chairman of OBT and Manor and Muse, a century-old carpet and furniture brand. He's also the managing director of Lakshmi Tea, one of the world's major tea producers with estates in India and Africa, that owns Makai Bari in Darjeeling, the world's first organic tea. He has his educational background with an MBA from Columbia Business School and also from Oxford. He was a management consultant at Booz Allen Hamilton's New York office. Mr. Rudra is joining us online. Thank you so much, Mr. Rudra. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Hazarika, Director, LKT Company Limited, and he's a tea artist who's committed to producing the finest quality of Assam tea. This I can vouch for. He does produce the finest quality of Assam tea. His work of art, Hookmall, usually commands the highest annual auction average price and presently holds the record of all record prices ever for CTC both in Kolkata and Guwahati. That also I can vouch for. Hookmall is one of the best brands that you have. So you're talking about packaging in tea. I mean, he's one of the examples, I think, from which the tea industry can actually take an example, leaf out of his experience, sir. Thank you so much. You must, it's one of the best, it's premier. Also, it's very difficult to find. I think he makes that deliberate kind of a thing. We also have with us, I think online again, Shri Amulik Singh Bijral, who's the CEO and founder of Chai Point, the world's largest chai-led beverage platform. He's worked in Boston and Singapore in the technology sector. Amulik recognized the tremendous potential of India's rapidly growing economy and made the bold decision to return to his home country. Fueled by his entrepreneurial spirit, he embarked on a mission to revolutionize the chai industry by establishing Chai Point in 2011. I think you all know the story thereafter. He has an engineering degree and technology and a full-time MBA from Harvard Business School. Thank you so much, Mr. Bijral. I think you've also joined us online. Is he there? Okay, thank you. And I have left the most distinguished and the best for the last. Harkirat Singh Sidhu spent over 5 decades working in plantations from a fresh trainee out of college to heading the business, and then he was an advisor and consultant. He has worked on tea, coffee, cocoa, spices, and other plantation crops in North and South India, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, etc. He worked on sustainability, organic agriculture, regenerative agriculture, waste management, water management, etc. Thank you so much for joining us. What I'll do is... Sure. Right, sure. So the topic that we have today is, does the tea industry need to be reinvented? I personally, in a personal capacity, definitely think so. But I'm sure the discussion also will bring forth more points as to why and how can we go about it. Especially in the case of Assam, tea is associated with our pride, with our legacy, starting just from Robert Bruce, who was a mercenary soldier, starting from then coming to Mani Ram Devan, and the Singpho people, from where we can trace the genesis of tea. It has been quite a long journey right up to Chai Point. It has been 200 years of a wonderful, wonderful journey, 200 years of history, 200 years of legacy. Chai or tea, for the people in Assam per se, is just not a beverage. It's an emotion, and I'm sure most of you would agree with me. It is an emotion, it is something that we associate our culture with. It is something that, you know, the legendary Bhupenda has penned his poems and songs upon. And it is a part of our legacy, it's a part of our cultural richness and heritage. And that is why tea is so important for us. You're not being able to hear me, ma'am? Am I audible now? Is it better? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, like I was saying, it's a part of our historical legacy, it's a part of our cultural heritage, and also, not to undermine the fact that it is one of the most important in terms of economics. It provides workforce, it provides employment to a large workforce, which in Assam is about 7.5 lakh people in the tea plantations, in the gardens, and the organized sector. And now it also provides sustainability to officially about 1.5 lakh small tea growers, but I think the unofficial figures may go much beyond that. I think it's about 2.5 to 3 lakh small tea growers. So you can understand the importance of this particular sector that is there, especially in Assam and Northeast. And Assam produces majority of the total tea production in India. We produce more than 50%. The small tea growers contribute more than 50%. I think it's about 53% as per the 2024 figures. Along with the genesis of the small tea growers, what is very interesting that has happened is that we had a surgence of the bot leaf factory. Now that came up because the small tea growers they needed somebody to absorb all the leaf, and that is when we had the emergence of bot leaf factories, and now they form a very important part of this entire industry. Along with that, of course, we also have I'm also going to touch upon the socio-economic impact that this particular industry has had on society per se, and I don't know why it is not spoken about enough, but I think we have a lot of defense personnel sitting here. I don't know if they would agree with me, but we have seen Assam and the Northeast go through a very, I would say, to put it mildly, a violent phase where we had a lot of insurgency, etc., but which is now more or less mitigated. I personally feel that, especially having been in the tea industry for the past 3.5 years, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it might have something to do with the emergence of the small tea sector. Because you had such a vibrant small tea sector which is coming up, people had some economic activity to engagement, which brought them into the mainstream. And the small tea grower, what you had in the 80s to what you have now, is a departure, is a departure in the right sense, in a positive way. I have examples of small tea growers who've had, starting from nowhere, and they've actually managed to send their children now to premier business schools all over the world. They're doing well financially, and they're being able to really uplift their entire families. And we have families and villages in Upper Assam. I'm sure all the Assamese people who are sitting here, especially who have had homes in Upper Assam, will agree with me that the entire landscape has changed in a positive manner. So these are some of the positive things that has happened because of the tea industry. But having said that, there is scope for improvement. Of course, there's scope for improvement. The Tea Board India, under the aegis of the Government of Commerce and Industry, is committed towards that. I'll just give you a brief background about my organization. Tea Board India is the nodal agency under which the entire tea plantation sector is looked after and is governed by, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We have our head office at Kolkata. And we have 2 zonal offices. One is at Kunur, which looks after the South Indian operations, and one office at Guwahati, which looks after the Northeast zonal operations. Other than that, we have a number of regional and sub-regional offices spread across towards helping the tea industry. That's a brief about the Tea Board. We have regulatory functions, and we also work under the mandate of a particular tea framework, under which we have schemes, and we kind of those specific schemes. That is a brief about the Tea Board. I will now I think Mr. Amlik Singh has joined us online. Welcome, Mr. Singh. I can see you. I hope I'm audible. Okay, thank you so much. Without further ado, I will now hand over the dais to Mr. Rudra Chatterjee. Mr. Rudra, if you can kindly brief us about what do you think about this particular very, very important topic. Does the tea industry need to be reinvented? If I may add another word there, need to be reinvented and re-energized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be part of this panel discussion, which is in the honor of Mr. R.K. Doctor. Mr. R.K. Doctor was a visionary. He spent some of his time guiding us. He was on the board of FPT, and it's a great privilege to be able to speak in an event which has been organized in honor of Mr. Doctor. Thank you for asking me this question about the need for reinvention of the industry. And I think we need to recognize it's been reinvented many times. You talked about how SAMC started, which was a reinvention in terms of geography, where China was controlling the global tea market. You talked about small growers and the bottling factory, and how that added now 50% of the country's production is from small growers and bottling factories. Now the issue is that currently we are at a position where SIMC and immediately is going through a crisis. And the crisis has to be looked at from various ways, and through that we have to identify what needs to be reinvented. So first, let's talk about the tea itself. I think I'm very glad to be sharing this panel with one of the best tea growers in Assam. And we need many more of such growers who don't forget that tea is ultimately a beverage that people would like to drink. It is not a commodity. It is not like steel or cement. It has to be appreciated. You have to gather more and more people who are converting to tea because they enjoy the tea. Certainly there will be other reasons to shift to tea. It's a healthy beverage. It is a beverage being so popular. People are used in terms of ritual, and so you can make that part of your ritual and add other healthy minerals, vitamins, and other kinds of herbs to that ritual while drinking tea. So quality of producing tea is something that I think there has been some focus now, but for too long it has still like any tea is drinkable, any tea is saleable, which it is not. And that has become proven over the years, and I think in the future we will have a lot of unsold tea because of poor quality, which has so much. So I think the first aspect of looking into that in reinvention is how to focus on better quality. I can come back and discuss this more, but I just want to touch upon this one. The second aspect is cost. We have to realize the comparison between Assam and say Rwanda, where FPT also grows tea, is Rwanda is on the equator, as is Kenya, which means it is a 12-month tea industry. This in Assam it is a seasonal tea industry. Being seasonal, let's say it's 8 months out of 12, which is roughly is April to November. Every cost increases by 1%. Whether it's capital cost, the factory cost, the utilization of workers, labor cost. So every cost is increased by 1%. This requires a genuine reinvention. How can we make the estates and the factories and the people working in those factories and estates productive in the months of December, January, February, and March? I hope something is discussed today. I see Professor Lahiri he has spoken about many economic transformations, and something that can be done during December to March to reduce the cost base of the tea industry. Obviously, each estate is going to be as efficient as they can, but the structural problems, I do not think a tea industry will survive when half of the tea industry now is in Africa with 12-month production, and the other half is in Assam with 8-month production. So it's just you start with a weakness. I had some suggestions. For example, shade trees are felled every 30 years when you uproot and replant, and those shade trees should be used for timber, and those timber should be seasoned in the tea factories. I have spoken to the government of Assam about having those licenses and those permissions granted. There can be other industries like chili, for which Assam is very famous, which can be processed in the tea estate and also in the factory. But we have to find large-scale transformation, not small. Chili is probably too small, but timber is a large activity. So cost-based is a second area. I think the panelist from Chai Point will speak much more. Very little in India. The companies like Chai Point are very few, and when you go around, you hardly ever see a shelf of Indian tea. You hardly ever see a shelf which says Assam tea. Assam is the world's largest section of tea production, 700 million kgs. But you will hardly ever see a shelf or a shop that promotes Assam tea. Now that is something that has to change. Assam has to be a place where tea is not only agricultural crop, but a brand, a product which is marketed, and it is easier said than done. So it requires investment, it requires imagination, it requires time, but we must make the start. I think between the small growers and established growers, there has to be some sort of a symbiotic connection. This is my last point. For example, in Rwanda, the small growers are in cooperatives, and they sell the leaves to one factory who share 50% of the revenue. If the best bottling factories and the best estates are identified by the tea board or any such organization, and small growers can group, make sure they are producing high quality leaves and sending those leaves to the appropriate enterprise or the bottling factories, whichever are focused also on high quality, that is something that will be not good for low quality bottling factories, not good for low quality estates, but it will promote quality, it will reward quality. I think many of these points I just wanted to touch upon, but I'm keen to listen to other panelists to listen to their points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rudra. If I may just add here that you spoke about there needs to be a little more convergence, or at least some kind of a better kind of communication between the established gardens and the small tea growers. Tea Board of India already encourages the formation of FPOs and SSGs. In fact, they are a major part of our schemes, and most of our schematic benefits, rather than going to individual growers, is actually concentrating on the FPOs and the SSGs. But your point is well taken, and I will now ask this gentleman here, sitting on my left, to kindly speak about what he has to say on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the question is, should the tea industry reinvent? My answer is simply yes. Why? Because at best, the tea industry has survived, it has not thrived. So if we look back, why did it just survive, not thrive? Then I'll have to go back and try to bring perspective from other industries and other fields, and I'll keep moving back and forth between tea and other industries. So if we go back to 1950s, and from 1950 to 1991, no industry grew in India, right? It's basically our growth was 3% or less. And I would like to give some examples, which is very well noted. For example, Monopolies and Trade Restrictive Act. So it was done, formulated with very good intentions, Nobody wanted monopoly in this country. But what did it do? Actually, so by that policies, market share got decided by the bureaucratic offices. So as a result, it fixed the market share of the companies, producers in India. So it ultimately created monopolies. So the impact was opposite of what it was intended for. Similarly, I can go back to their 800 products were reserved for small scale industries. What did that do? It was with very good intention, but again, since it was reserved for small scale industries, cost of production was always high, and it was not scalable. At the same time, like Sir talked about those 4 Asian tiger nations after Japan, who started scaling up and started producing all those products, and they became exporting nations. India could not become an exporting nation. So we always had less foreign currency reserve. So I'm just giving examples how the opposite of what the intention usually ends up happening. Then we had Industries Development and Regulation Act 1951. So the government decided who will produce what, use what technology, and do what. So what that did, right? So ultimately, it gave birth to lobbying and corruption, and we became a non-innovative nation. Then there was rigid labor laws. So everyone, those who study history will know there was this history of Uttam Nakata. The man was found sleeping on the factory floor, and he was warned. After 4 times, the company fired him, and the company had to go to labor laws, and ultimately it took 18 years for the company to fire that man. So imagine large-scale labor-intensive industry never took off in India. Manufacturing never took off, except for the PSU or small scale. These two somehow barely survived. So now if we go back and look, in that case, we need to re-examine all the laws that were formulated for tea in 1950s and 60s or whatever, what the intention was and what it resulted. We need to re-examine and go through all of them. However, now we have to look at it, why it went wrong. Like they say, the road to hell is always paved with good intention. So intention was good, the laws sounded logical and right, but it gave the opposite result. Why? Because I'll give an example of cricket match. Suppose in a cricket match, 2 teams are playing. So in that, it's a business. The players are entertainers. They're selling entertainment. And the audience who is watching, whether in television or stadium, they are buying it, right? By paying money and getting entertained. And what's the job of the umpire? The umpire's job is to become neutral and regulate it such a way that the match goes on correctly. So all the rules are defined, laws are defined. In that case, what happens? It's merit-based system. However, what happens in that case, some players will succeed no matter what. Whether it's IPL or whatever, you'll see some teams winning more than 5 times, others will never win. Similarly, some players will score hundreds of centuries and others will never score 20 runs in their entire life. But however, at that point, somebody comes and says there's huge inequality of results. Then the umpire decides, oh, maybe I should help this part of maybe I'll help these bowlers. Maybe Virat Kohli is scoring too much centuries. So we will not let him bat open or come on 1 down. We'll make him bat in number 7. It was probably with good intention, but it created wrong result. Similarly, so basically, all the upcoming laws or policies that we come for tea has to be, the underlying principle of that should be that of a neutral umpire. With that logic, everything will come right because people will automatically innovate and create better products. Now, if I come back specific to tea, I believe that, for example, if you look at the wine industry, the first 100 years belong to those who could produce at the lowest of cost. But the next 100 years belong to those who produce quality. Similarly, in tea also, first 200 years is gone. Now, as the per capita income goes up in India, we will have to reinvent and target the high per capita income people, because ultimately we will have to move for quality. And I can give other examples also, because I used to work in a different industry earlier. I used to work for a company called Micron Technology. We were the first people who produced image sensors for the mobile phones. Basically, that technology was taken directly from NASA, and we used to commercialize it. And there was no competitor in the world at that point of time. So we had monopoly over the market. But however, within 3 years, we saw Sony from Japan came in, and they started improving quality. And Samsung came in, who produced the least of quality. They were not bothered. They were selling the chips only to 800 rupee, 900 rupee mobile phones. We were selling to 800 rupee mobile phones and also to Apple, everyone. So we were trying to satisfy everyone. In the process, what happened, suppose we were charging $1.5 per chips. The Sony people came in, they said they will charge $3 per chip. Initially, we laughed at Sony, thinking what were they doing? Because their quality is not good enough like us. But Samsung never cared. Their quality doesn't matter. They just produced a chip and they were selling at the least possible price. But after 3 years, Sony kept pursuing it, and their quality improved. And they were at par. At some point, we lost the business. Basically, Sony got the business of Apple, and Samsung got business of all the cheap phones. We were left with nothing, because at that point we figured out people expected Sony quality at Samsung's price from us. Similarly, Assam tea has to reinvent, because we cannot go on producing the cheapest commodity. That's one part. Second, the land laws are very rigid. Sorry. When a tea garden gets sold, it takes up to 8 to 9 years. Why does the file have to go from circle office to DC office to Dispur and keep revolving in this for 8 years? Unless and until that changes, we will not promote meritocracy. Because if there is someone inefficient, that needs to die in the business world. You need someone more efficient to come over and take over the business. That's not happening because of such policies. And if you look at the ATEPFO, PF department, which was done with very good intention, but if you look at their policies, it is working to expand itself more than anything else at the cost of the economics of the business, which is very, very dangerous. We need to relook at all those policies. Automatically, the industry will move towards quality and better innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Zarika. We shall definitely come back to you. At this point, I would like to request Mr. Singh Bijral to make his comments, please. Thank you.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are. You are.
So, thank you so much for having me, and nice to hear your comments, Mr. Rudra Chatterjee. It's a bit of a deja vu for me, actually. So just to give you a background, I'm not a tea person. I got into the business of tea with a passion to create a consumer brand about 11, 12 years ago. And I'm kind of hearing and listening the same kind of talk that I did maybe 8, 9 years ago when I used to visit Assam or any forum where the tea industry would sort of gather and talk about their challenges. So frankly, ever since I have got into the business of building a brand around tea, I've been hearing that the industry is having a challenge. So, and as I was talking to my dear friend Harki, and I'm saying it in jest, that what's new? I mean, the tea industry has been having challenges for the last 10 to 12 years. So that's one thought. I'm just parking it there, that I don't think, at least from my vantage point as an end brand builder around a cup of chai, the storyline of what has been happening in the tea industry has changed. Second, I agree with Rudra that tea is not a commodity sector. It's not steel or cement. It's definitely a consumer lifestyle driven business. But unfortunately, whenever any discussion around the tea industry happens, the construct of the discussion is like that of cement and steel, right? I mean, somehow it's not appreciated that, like coffee, the tail can't wag the dog, right? And the dog is the consumer, you know? So you got to understand that what is happening at the consumer side and what's the energy, brand building, lifestyle related innovation that needs to happen at the end consumption point, which will then have a huge trickle back impact at the fortunes of the tea growing sector. So net in simple words, when any such forum is organized, the discussion around tea industry primarily is happening at the grower end. And I can appreciate that, fully respect that. But I don't think it has been internalized that the fortunes of the growing sector are very intricately and strongly tied into the behavior of the end consumer and end consumers' daily lifestyle habits, which are changing at a very, very rapid pace. And till that time that's not acknowledged, I'm sure the tea industry will manage fine. I have huge respect for its resilience. There is a reason it's still around. But till the time the grower and the absolute front-end reality is not understood in a very futuristic, modern, suave, trendy manner, and not in a manner which is centric in East, but a manner which is centered around Gurgaon, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, these kind of places, right? So the fortunes or the change in fortunes of the tea industry, the answer to that, my submission, very humbly, would be, doesn't lie in Calcutta, doesn't lie in Assam, it lies in these major cities where the Gen Z is discovering a highly aspirational new way of living. So, and what needs to be done is much deeper, but I just wanted to sort of, from my viewpoint, very clearly tell you, based on my read, as an outsider who is somewhat an insider now, but very, very focused on the front end, as to where the problem lies. And yeah, I'll take a pause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. And I tend to agree with what you just had to say with regarding tea. We need to reach out more to the youngsters. I definitely agree with you. And that was the reason that we had you on the panel, so that you could give us a perspective. I'm going to comment, if I may. With the general structure of the tea industry, I am compared to all the, the people sitting here, they are legends in the industry. I'm compared to be a novice. But I have attended a few formal tea meets in the past 3.5 years in my tenure here at Tea Board. And I would like to state here that without disrespecting experience, and the people who have been established in the industry for a long time, that is the same kind of faces I see at every gathering. There are no new faces, there are no new entrepreneurs, and that's disturbing. And another thing which I was just discussing with Mr. Sidhu here is that we don't have enough women entrepreneurs. That is even more disturbing. We have ladies who are is so-and-so's wife who participates in these dinners but as a host, but as a host. We don't have enough women who are here, who are out there as entrepreneurs, who are there in the actual industry, and that is disturbing to me as a woman. Having said that, we also, like Mr. Singh has pointed out, we definitely have a gap. I mean, I have a lot of youngsters in the audience here, and I don't know how many of you would say, let's go on a chai date. I'm sure most of you would say, let's go on a coffee date. I think that's more acceptable. It's more cool. We haven't been able to come out of our colonial mindset, if I may say. the tea industry needs to realize, and I am not shying away from the government's responsibility here also, that we definitely need to recognize that there is a huge consumer base in the form of the youngsters, amongst whom we need to popularize tea as a beverage, as a young beverage, to make tea cool. And that is where Mr. Singh, initiatives like yours, your Chai Point, I'm sure is, I don't know what your experience is. I'm sure you can, probably brief us a little bit more about what your consumer base is. But I think you reach out more to youngsters through, your initiative. Is that right? Your consumer base.
Yeah, prime consumer base is in the age group of 22 to about 36.
Right. But that had a lot to do about how you packaged your tea, right? How you marketed it. You made a deliberate attempt to not make it, to not associate it with boring kind of meetings, and to give it a more peppy kind of a feeling, so that youngsters were more attracted, drawn towards it.
No, I mean, to be very candid, we are still on that journey. I'll tell you what our approach has been.
Sure.
See, fundamentally, what's the strength of chai, which is not understood in all the discussions that I see, with due respect to everybody, but Harki knows my skepticism in, frankly, attending such forums, because they're devoid of the end consumer reality. What is the end consumer reality? First and foremost, chai is a super strong beverage, right? In the sense it is so strongly ingrained in the DNA of the Indian consumer that the challenge is not making it cool. The challenge is to just focus on the end customer point. I mean, I can give you data that our repeat is very high. When in an office, okay, so let me just go out. What is the maximum consumption point of chai? Maximum consumption point of chai as well as coffee is at the workplace. If you go to any of the large cities, the traffic jams, the hectic pace of life is such that driving or going to a cafe happens, but that's not the focal point of consumption for coffee, trendy coffee, or for that matter, chai. The focal point is workplace. Especially after COVID, right? With COVID being history, workplaces are buzzing. Now, when the focal point is workplace, the whole notion of trendiness is there, but the bigger focus has to be on quality and availability in a modern fashion. So the palate of the Indian consumer, even the youngsters, has not been alienated from chai. And the credit goes to all the classic, industry titans in the tea space. I can vouch for it that the youngsters in offices consume more chai than coffee. And we have data, right? So you place a coffee machine, you have a Chai Point brewing bot, the consumption metrics are very, very different. What also happens in the workplace is chai has a benign dose of caffeine. So people gravitate towards a greater consumption of chai because they know it's not going to impede their sleep or disrupt their sleep. They're very comfortable. Plus the strength of the palate. Coffee consumption is there. It is increasing. But every time quality chai is made available, it beats coffee. So that's the focal consumption point. See, when we, ma'am, get into the topic of brand and coolness and trendiness, it's very important. It's a very significant topic. But the problem doesn't lie in quickly attributing a creative fix to the so-called challenge. The problem lies in appreciating as to where the focus needs to be given. Can you give focus as a body sitting out of the grower region to the end consumer, the most vibrant end consumer's consumption habits? Rudra, can you hear me? I think we lost these guys.
No, we hear you.
Okay, got it. So I'm just bringing home the point that as far as Chai Point is concerned, our battle is very simple. High quality chai in modern, fully automatic dispensers, brewed freshly, made available everywhere, right? Coolness and brand building is an ongoing effort. The only miss, and it's a big miss, is that in such forums, brand building and the need for the beverage to be trendy is talked about, but it's missed that this trendiness has to be built at the point of consumption and not in a packet. Nobody has the time, frankly. Why is Nespresso growing? Nobody has the time to buy coffee beans. Nobody has the time on a regular basis to appreciate a box and see, oh wow, you know, it's a great piece of tea, because they don't have time to brew it. Be it coffee, be it chai. So unless and until the focus goes into focal consumption points, they can be cafes, they can be delivery kitchens, they can be brewing bots, and it's in that order: brewing bots, delivery, and then cafes. Till the time the focus goes into these consumption points, and with the focus, the notion of trendiness and brand building happens in a really concerted manner. So my proposal is very blunt. Tea Board of India and the Association of the Tea Industry should pick up the top 5 brands and consumer brands which are giving a cup of chai, allocate marketing dollars, rupees, to these 5 brands and let them build the brand. Top 5, right? And as they build that brand at the end consumer side, the benefit will come. It's a slightly Silicon style way of brand building where you're not centralizing everything into the confines of Tea Board and the brewers, but sort of disseminating it to the endpoints. But I'm quite clear as an outsider that this is the only way brand and trendiness in the category will increase and net an impact will come on the growers. Otherwise, frankly, the demand is high. So, you know, we are going to be just selling more and more chai. I mean, with full respect, it's not that we are desperately seeking any support. We are doing our job. There's so much of demand for the end consumer for a quality cup of chai, we have to fulfill it. And the answer doesn't lie now in cafes. The cafe era is gone. There is a reason why the world's largest coffee company fired its 4th CEO in 2 years, right? The third place out of home phenomena, I would venture to say, is gone. It's about pace and speed. So when you look at brands like Luckin Coffee in China, small format, 22,000 of them, 25,000 of them across China, right? So even the cafe notion is a very old school notion. It's about arm's reach convenience. I want a cup of chai or a cup of coffee. I should literally close my eyes and get it in my hand. You know, I'll give you an example. All of you would have heard of Zepto. You know, so Blinkit, Zepto, these are all 10-minute quick commerce delivery companies, right? When they launched, nobody thought that people would need grocery in 10 minutes. They thought, boss, 45 minutes, 2 hours is great. Zepto Cafe is now making chai available, powered by Chai Point brewing bots, as a part of their 10-minute delivery. So if you want grocery delivered to you in 10 minutes, you can quickly add a cup of chai in a heat-retaining use and throw flask powered by our technology, which gets delivered to the consumer. And they are going to, they have 100 of these cloud kitchens, they're going to go to 200. So the demand is high, the magic is at the end point of consumption. So brand building will happen at the end point of consumption, and the entire flow back impact to the growers will start from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. At this point, I would request Sidhu to come in. Or get Mr. Rudra. Yeah, okay, right, sure. Mr. Rudra, if you're still there. So, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'd like one more thing to just give us a bit of the story on how you started, as quickly as possible, not nitty-gritties, but how you started and got to where you are. Because initially it was to do with the... Hello? You know, initially it was to do with institutional deliveries like, you know, Infosys and what have you in Bangalore. And then you developed into cafes, and now you are into these bots and you are into delivery at home and, you know, the whole journey. If you can just sum it up, because it will be a good story for all of us to listen to, because it is something which is unusual and something that we need to really look at and try to emulate if we can.
Sure, Hardik. So, so I came from the tech world. Intuitively, we thought that the starting point of building a chai business is through stores. We built stores, and we got the venture private equity funding to build stores. Very quickly, we realized that the daily bulk order requirement was increasing at the stores. The bank branches, some of the private and government offices would come and every day ask for 5 liters, 3 liters to be delivered. And we ran into a situation where every store literally had 100 Milton flasks to deliver chai. Then we realized that this flask business is just going to go out of hand. So then we built a heat retaining use and throw flask to cater to delivery. And that then took off. It's a significant part of the business now. In fact, that category is arguably a 600-700 crore category on Swiggy and Zomato. Started with the innovation that we made. But we were still getting orders of 10 liters, 15 liters, 20 liters of chai every day. We couldn't cater that. So the answer was very clear that till the time an on-site brewing bot, a machine where you press the button and you get authentic chai, not pre-mix and hot water, but authentic tea leaves brewed with water, milk. Till the time you don't have it, like the coffee industry has, when you press a button, you get a espresso added with milk and you can get all kinds of coffee. Till the time you do that, you will not solve that problem. Now, nobody had worked on that. So that started a journey for us building our brewing bots, because nobody had simply given attention to this. Nobody had spent any R&D around it. So we started doing that. First, we built it in Chennai. We deployed some 800. Then we realized that we need to go to China. We went to China, contract manufacturing. We built bots. Very successful. We deployed some 3,000 odd of them. Then COVID came. And now we have set up a plant in Karnataka-Maharashtra border area, nearby Belgaum, where the bots are getting manufactured. They are even more advanced than what we were doing with China. And now we are very, very clear that the store format is important to build the brand. But if we have to penetrate deep into every hyper-local market, you need these bots to be there. So now we have distributors who are deploying these bots everywhere. So in effect, our business model is go close to the consumer, because the consumer now is very lazy, driven by technology. They're not going to come to the cafes or hotels to consume a cup of chai or eats along with it. They want it to be delivered wherever they are sitting. If they're watching a movie on Netflix, they want to order it on Swiggy, Zomato. If they are in office, they want to get up from their seat, go to the pantry area, press a button, get a piping hot cup of chai. And the maximum consumption point is at the workplace, or captives, as we call them, offices, airports, hospitals, educational institutions. When you come back home, you may be consuming one. So that's where the consumption is. And the moment you try to come close to the consumer at scale, you have to rely on technology, because you can't do it otherwise. You can't have thousands of people running around delivering chai. You need to have technology. So And that, in effect, is the business model now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. At this point, I would like Mr. Bhaskar to come in. I would like you to kindly tell us about the genesis of MEMORAIL and how it started, and how did you end up fetching the most premier prices at the Guwahati auction?
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Well, I came to the industry in 2009. My father was one of the first person in Assam to do tea nursery outside tea garden. When I was born, he was a trainee in a tea estate called Halmari Tea Estate. And then he decided to quit his job, and the manager gave him free cuttings to do the nursery. So that was the first outsourcing in Assam. After that, he continued as a small tea grower for 30 years, and he kept accumulating land wherever. And initially, he took contracts from the people he would take money, buy land, build a garden, and then sell them back. So that's how it started. But I came in 2009, then with my prior experience, like I told the story of Micron, so it was in my head that whatever I do, I will do low volume, high quality. I'm not going to do high quality, low volume. But our leaf was not sufficient. We had only 12 lakh kg green leaf. That was not enough to run a factory. I tried running it for a year and a half, and then we gave up because the kind of leaf we used to buy from outside was very poor quality. No matter what incentive we give or how much we try to convince, quality as a concept is not there. Like I said, like sir mentioned earlier, dignity of labor is also not there because of the polarization, sense of victimhood among the people, all sorts of things are there. And then we decided to instead take a loan and then buy sick and dead garden. And then we kept growing for planting at least 2 lakh new plants every year for let's say 8 to 9 years continuously until we became self-sufficient. In the process, we kept tweaking every single machine, every single part. And finally, I think we were able to become the best, I would say. And luckily, thank God, we were able to, usually able to get the best of averages in last few years. That has been the journey, and there are times it's a commodity business after all. So the market goes for quality for a few years, then it goes for volume. Then again, it goes back for quality. Even at hard times, we never gave up quality, and we believe in that idea. That's what.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhaskar. Do you sell only the auctions, or do you also have?
I would say we sell. We have been selling almost 100% through auction, but in 2023 we started our own cafe in our small town Moran, and we have been selling there, and also we have been selling our packets in GTAC lounge for last 4 or 5 years.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Sidhu to kindly give his comments. I would like you to touch upon one of the most important topics that we have today with regards to sustainability and how can we go forward. I think that's one of the most important topics.
Thank you. For sustainability, there's some things that we need to look at. That the wages that the workers are getting are insufficient. Now we have to first realize that from their point of view, because they are also aspirational. So they need to also see where they are going, educate their children, like we just talked about small tea growers. So we need them to also do better than they are doing. Currently, most of the estates and some of the smallholders are not making profit enough to give higher wages to the workers. So it's a catch-22 situation, right? We want them to get more, but we are not giving them more because we are not making money. So we need to see what do we do to change this whole thing. We know that we'll have to give higher wages. If we don't agree, our arms will be twisted because politically there is huge pressure. And also, as a human being, socially you feel they need to get more, even when you're in the plantations. So from that point of view, I think we need to relook at some of the things which are causing problem. One is our cost of production. Our cost of production is very high. And how do we, now one of the cost of production problems is that labor productivity is low. So that is a good excuse for not giving more, because you tell them, hey, you give me so much more and I'll give you more, because you're going by the kilograms that you're plucking. Now, that is one. The other thing is that we are not getting enough labor because some of the younger lot are finding, like you were talking about migration, they are finding other avenues and other places to go to. When this happens, it's the younger lot which is going out. So the average age of your workers is increasing a lot because the younger lot is not there anymore. So their productivity will automatically go down. So in addition to everything else, this is also a big issue. So what do we do? One is labor productivity is down. The other is land productivity. The land productivity is also going down. The crops are in the organized sector generally on the downward incline for some time, for over a decade. For the small tea grower, your crop is going up as a total crop, right? It might not be yield per hectare because we are getting more and more area coming into it, and some of the teas are younger and therefore they yield higher. Okay, so they are going up to now 52% plus, and the organized sector is down to 47 plus. Now that's a big worry. Now organized sector, like we had a mention by Rudra, that we have to find what they will do in the lean months in the winters when we don't produce crop and the factories are shut. Okay, so therefore that is an issue also for productivity. Now, then we come to climate. One of our biggest areas today is not adapting to this fast changing climate. And why I talk a lot about the environment and have been doing so for the last 2 decades is because of this. It's not that this is new. Huh? We are not to be surprised that we haven't had rain in the month of end of August to middle of September in Assam, and some of the tea is getting scorched. And we had floods a month and a half before that. Now, these are not things which were not predicted. Huh? We know it's going to happen. But we continue neglecting the environment. We continue doing things which are not good for our own plantations. Huh? We have lost a lot of our topsoil because we keep it so clean, and because someone advises you keep it clean, otherwise the weeds will pull all your nutrition, and all these fertilizers are very expensive. Okay, so we do that and things get washed away. Then we have high temperatures, volatility, losses of nitrogen are massive. Sometimes you are down to 30% efficiency. So you're putting 100 kgs of nitrogen and you get 30 kgs out of it because it's gone up, right? Because ground is clear, sun has come out, heat is too much. So you know, there are issues happening. Then the other thing that is happening is that the weather is very erratic. The rainfall is erratic. The temperatures are up. Darjeeling last week was hitting 28 point something, right? North Bengal was at 38 plus. This is in the month of September. Huh? We call it the monsoons. So there's big report that, oh, tea on top is scorching. It will scorch. Now, how do we adapt to these things? What we can't help, at least let's try ways and means. And there are means. Huh? Like for soils, we are having runoff because of it. We are having erosion. We are having landslides. You see South India, you see Darjeeling, you see all over. And landslide doesn't mean that it is a massive landslide which has washed the road away. That is a fraction of it which we notice because the road was blocked. There is huge amounts which happen elsewhere, but they don't come in the news.
but the damage is massive. At least when it's a landslide which blocks up the road, everyone is pulling their hair out. Okay, did you do an environment impact assessment? How did you cut the hill so much? You're making 4 lanes. If you're cutting it at this level, you are going to have erosion. But in these other ones, it's very difficult to quantify. Okay, so all those things are happening. So what are we doing for some of those things? We're doing a thing called integrated weed management. Okay, now only about 4 days ago, I was getting a story from some training I did in Vietnam, North Vietnam in tea. And these 2 women have done a sterling job, and all the neighbors have got on to them because they are getting less pest problems. They are getting, they are using less fertilizer. They've come down to 50%. They are not using herbicides, and they are gaining in crop. So as soon as this story started, this chap is ringing me. He said, you know, I said, okay, get the story out. Get them to talk, do a little video. He says, already we are doing a lot of work on it because the rest of the people are also following it. So, you know, there are options available, but we tend to shut our eyes to something which is not invented by me. Or, you know, even if it is within our country. Now, like IWM, I'll do it in Indonesia, I'll do it in Vietnam, I do it in China, but Assam, Northeast, let me see. Because we are not receptive to new ideas. As soon as you mention, yes, but in my condition, I said, I've been in Assam more than you have been on this earth. Huh? So don't give me that bullshit that in my conditions. But I can afford to say that. But this is what happens. Huh? So we need to do it. We need to, Rudra was talking about shade trees, right? That we need to sell the shade trees because we are doing uprooting and all that. Yeah, we need to have replacement. We need to make sure that we've got replacement line to a certain level which will offset the removal of the shade from the rest. Yes, then you can do it. So there are systems that you can put into place. But if you tell someone, I'm removing trees, have you seen what's happened to the climate? Hey, come on, Rudra, you can't sell trees, yeah? Timber and all is okay, but look at what is happening to Northeast, yeah? We cannot do that. But if you explain that I've got these replacement lines which are now 4 years old, they've got 50% of the shade which was already there. Now I remove alternate ones this year. 2 years later, I again remove alternate ones of the older trees. By the time I replace them, I've already got these. Okay, that's a different way of putting it across. And that is a way of actually making more money. Because you are doing an economic project on getting fuel out of the thing. And all these things actually help a lot. Like even these weeds and all. You know, every plant which grows, it produces photosynthesis, and these photosynthesis go down into the roots. 1/3 of these are used for growing of the plant. Yeah, it's system, root system and all that. The other is used for the leaf and all that it grows. The other 1/3, the last 1/3, actually is exuded by the roots into the soil, which helps the microbes make fertilizers available for you, for the plant, and changes the whole environment in the soil. If we start using herbicides and keeping them absolutely clean, that part is gone. What you're applying is getting leached out, that is also gone. You're ruining your paddy fields and all because all this is going. So, you know, we need to re-look at many of the operations that we are doing. And this is, I'm talking from the producer end, right? Like what Amli gave from the other end is the most relevant, and unless we are looking at that, and like what Mr. Hazarika talked about the quality, we are going to be kaput. Now let me just give you, can I give a little example? So, you know, when we look at quality, we are very hesitant because now he's having a problem because he's not getting sufficient quality leaf to make the tea that he was planning on producing, right? So what do? We don't have the labor. Now, the simple answer which everyone has except the chaps who are producing is mechanization. As soon as you mention mechanization, straight away, Assam, we are a quality producer. There is no way we go into mechanization. Then I walk into the same estate and I say, hey, what is this? Your leaf is so long. You're a quality producer, you told me. He said, yeah, but this time of the year we have a lot of absenteeism and all. So I said, don't tell me that the mechanical harvester will produce worse leaf than this. Huh? There's no way. And actually it produces very good leaf. Huh? In one place in Indonesia called Bhumiprada, I produce high quality leaf for Japan because we are making high quality green tea. 100% mechanization, 100% mechanization done by women. And these are the big harvesters. Huh? But they will do it only. But what I'm saying is that we need that quality leaf. You can't get it the way we are doing because we don't have the workers. Now the other thing is when you introduce a harvester, like recently has happened in the Upper Assam, the labor said, sorry, you're going to move us out of our jobs, you can't do this. But that's not what you're doing. Huh? What we do is we look at what your requirement is. Huh? Now you go to an estate during, say, August, you say, hey man, too many weeds. He says everyone is on plucking because we don't have labor. You say, hey, too many side branches of the shade, you're overshading, you'll get more pests. Everyone is on plucking. You go to drains which are blocked, he says everyone is on plucking. I said, and yet you tell me you're not short of labor. So, you plan what you need actually to run your farm or your estate properly, get that figure, then you see what is your absenteeism during that period, and this is the shortfall. You put in harvesters to remove that shortfall. You might be doing 15, 20, 18, 30%, but you're removing the shortfall. The other thing is the mechanical harvester people, I won't go into too much detail, but they must earn, according to me, at least 50% more than a hand plucker. Then they have interest. But they should have the option of going up to double. And we have had places on the border of Assam which they went up to double. Everything they were getting was double on bad days also. Otherwise it was more than double the wage. Right? Then the harvesters work well because he's carrying the machine. But then he doesn't have shoulder pain. But if you give him the normal wage and go by kgs, he's so very difficult. So, we need to change system. I think I've spoken too much. No, I'll come in later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. I think you have very brilliantly, I would say, enumerated the whole thing as to how sustainability is so essential for maintaining this whole sector. Now, actually, like you said, it's a catch-22 situation. Unless the organized sector carries out certain activities to kind of to arrest further probably aging of bushes, etc., they'll not be able to further, augment their profits, which has a trickle-down effect on the workforce and the entire industry per se. So,
louder, ma'am.
sorry. So, the organized sector actually us. So you mentioned Sri Lanka. We are actually doing, Sri Lanka's packaging and the entire tea industry that they have. And Sri Lanka is a model that you could emulate. So, but I'd like to point out here that the kind of business, that the business model or the kind of promotional model that the Sri Lankan tea industry has is very different from ours. India has a very, very robust domestic market. For Sri Lanka, that is their. Is this working now? Oh, okay, sorry. So in India, we have a very robust domestic market, and our domestic consumption pattern is very robust. Of course, there is room for improvement. And whereas in the case of Sri Lanka, they have tea is one of the major exports. It brings back foreign currency. Now, in the larger schemes of in the larger picture, in the scheme of things from the government of India point of view, tea does not bring in so much economically. It is very, very important from a labor point of view. It is very, very important from a small tea grower point of view. But in terms of the economic returns, it is not as much as Sri Lanka. I don't know, maybe that is the reason why Sri Lanka gives so much of an importance or so much of impetus on its entire marketing program. Yeah, if I am, is that how it works?
So could I,
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, I do a lot of Sri Lanka, and I do a lot of advising, and also, see, one of the things that we have realized from Sri Lanka is during the pandemic, they lost a lot of crop, right? In those years, they made more money. So the crops went down, but the companies made more money because the demand for their teas in the markets that were in increased, and they paid more. Now their cost of production was low because they were not harvesting those teas and cost adding. So as a result, they actually made more money. Now today the problem with Sri Lanka is they're having bigger issues. Actually their issues are maybe more than ours actually at present. They've had, with the small tea growers there are issues. There are issues with the bigger companies because they couldn't get fertilizers, they can't get a foreign exchange to buy fertilizers, they don't have their own. And you can't convert to organic because the head of state, Mr. Rajapaksa, says from tomorrow you switch to organic. That's a death warrant, yeah? And then 6 months later, the whole industry in the rest of the country says, see, I told you, organic doesn't work. It's failed in Sri Lanka. But you haven't even started on organic. You just told them, stop fertilizers. That's not organic. That's absence of fertilizer or inorganic. Now, what we miss out on. Now, I've got one company already doing it. See, they are having a problem in their market in sending some of the teas because they've dropped in crop. Those markets are still there. Now, in South India, in Nilgiris, we can produce similar tea to Sri Lanka, right? And capture those markets in the interim. And once you get your foot into that market and the chap starts liking your tea, like Amlik's one, once you start liking that tea, you are sold on it and you will have a lot of repeat orders. Okay? So those are the type of things we miss out on. Fortunately, one company has taken it up for the last 3 years. From the pandemic they started, and he's doing very well because he's making that sort of teas. So he's sending me some of those teas to taste again, Sri Lankan teas and all, just to see if I can give him something. But you know, it's these opportunities that we made to. Now she said Sri Lanka's exports. Sri Lanka has only tourism and tea exports to get revenue, foreign exchange. Their internal consumption is not only single digits, low single digits. The rest has to go out. It's like Kenya. Kenya is about 6-7% internal consumption, give or take 1% here there. And the rest has to go. Now, no matter what they are producing, no matter what the market is, they will still send that tea. Okay? That's why we get caught. Because they are selling it at low cost and we can't afford it because the cost of production is high. But then we get help from, like we are trying to do in India, that they were told put in a minimum floor price. And everyone in Kenya said, yeah, we've got it through. So they put in this minimum floor price and those teas are still languishing in the go downs.
Yes, I wanted you to come to that.
Because at that low price, there is no one wanting to pick that tea. They think it is too high
at that price. Then what happens is, if I am a chap who doesn't produce very good tea, and I'm close to that floor price, I say, baby, I'll produce 10% extra, let the leaf grow long, because I'll get that minimum price, because that's statutory now. But no one picks it up. Then it languishes. And the whole Kenyan market is suffering because of that. So it's actually a help for us. But we are proposing a minimum floor price in India. So we don't learn. So, we need to have re-look at the whole thing.
I think we've learned a little, because the voices that I now hear with regard to the minimum
Suddenly
floor
it has
price,
changed.
that is a little muted now. It is not so much.
Yeah.
It's not as aggressive as it
Yeah, I
used
make
to.
a lot of noise.
No. No, I'm speaking about the minimum floor price. Yeah, so the voices that I would hear about the minimum floor price probably a couple of years back, it is a little muted now with the Kenyan example. So I think we have learned a little bit of a lesson from that model.
Let me tell you a little bit about Amlik. You know what, 11 years ago he gave me a call saying that, Harki, I want to start this cafes. So I said, okay, I'll get you someone who's in the business, and I'll put him on to you. He said, no, I want you. I said, now what's happened? He said, I was told if you want to do something odd, then to go to you. If you want to do run of the mill, then there are enough people. I said, thank you for the compliment. But this is how it all started. And why I wanted him to talk about institutional sales and all. In the beginning, what we did was that we started, I was the advisor to them, and for the first 2 years till I got too involved with my other work. But so what we did was that we were looking at selling in these cafes. So we put up 3 cafes and they were doing well. Then we realized that, Wipro's office had a canteen which was selling 300 liters of chai a day. So TAP Wipro told them, we'll give you consistent tea. You don't need any investment. We are putting one machine there. The chap will come 3 times a day and dispense 100 liters, 100, whatever you want. That was big money, because you weren't putting it, no real estate value, you're putting it. Then we took Infosys. Infosys was 600 or 700, sorry. Infosys was 600 or 700 liters a day, the cafe. So we went into that. So, he's a very innovative chap. So he's been going, and then was the cafes. Then he stopped the cafes. They are at about 100 and something. Then we made one in Delhi, in your Gurgaon, adjacent to Starbucks. Now the challenge was, will you beat Starbucks? First year, we beat Starbucks per square foot of space. We beat them. And after that, it's been all up. But what I'm saying is that, he was, and he's traveling, he'll call me from Taiwan. He says, I've got a machine here. This is really great. I'm sending you a video, have a look at it, and I'm going in for that. He's all over the place, and he keeps looking at new things and coming in. And that's why he's doing like he's doing. They're doing brilliantly. He can't cope with it. That's how much they are, how well they are doing. But why I was wanting him to come on this panel was this only, to take us away from our standard thing. What are you doing? I'm selling to Wagh Bakri. Oh wow, Wagh Bakri is a big brand in Western India. They pay well. Yeah, but well is all relative. When you are struggling with your cost of production and not making a profit, that well is not good enough. You need to go far beyond that. So that's how we need to, and I think he gave a very good suggestion about looking at the front end as to what are they asking. He used to visit, I used to do a lot of his, when he put it up on the Bangalore airport, I'll go there, taste his adrak chai, his spice chai, his samosas, whatever. And I ring him back, I'd say, adrak too strong. This one. Then I asked people around who were drinking, why do you drink chai point? He said, very good value for money. You'll never get this big a glass for 80 rupees or 70 rupees of a chai like this. I said, wow. So I keep giving feedback to them. But I am only one chap. which is informal, but he has formal things of people feeding back, and he's listening to them, and so they go a lot by what the consumer wants. To hell with what you think. You know, they are not Steve Jobs, where they'll make the consumer do what he wants to do and they'll buy because of Steve Jobs. But here you look at the consumer, ask him what.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sidhu. Points well taken. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the point that you made, and also Mr. Singh made about how tea should be projected as an aspirational beverage, and the focus should definitely be on value addition. And your point about
One other thing I'll tell you. And the other thing that he knows is I am the highest tea consumer in the world. My average daily intake is about 1.5 to 2 liters. Oh, sorry, 2.5 to 3 liters a day.
that was a robust domestic market.
Average intake, huh? Here I didn't get hot water, otherwise my green tea would have.
Yeah. You,
I won't do any churcha.
I think, Mr. Sidhu, you are the example of the robust domestic market that I was just referring to. Okay, thank you so much. And also your point about encouraging mechanization of field practices. I think we are more or less on schedule. Would you panelists be okay with taking on a few questions, if that's okay with you?
In fact, that is better.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Sidhu.
Remember, they are the consumers. Huh? So we take questions as many as.
I just want to add one point. No, regarding wages, so that question lingers in everyone's mind in Assam and in Eastern India. Why are the wages low? My simple answer to that is you cannot have a market capitalist wages within a socialist system. In any socialist system, the wages are low in socialist countries, but in capitalist countries, wages are high. After 1991, like I mentioned earlier, all those rules, laws were removed. And if you look at the sectors like information technology, pharmaceutical manufacturing, finance, automobile manufacturing, telecom, these industries are exempted from such rigid labor laws. As a result, their wages went up and they kept growing. But in tea, we are still stuck in 1950s laws. So you cannot have both together. That is fundamentally a fundamental problem within industry. On one hand, we have labor vote bank issues, which because of that, nobody wants to give up the socialist system. At the same time, they are demanding capitalist wages. You cannot have both together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thank the panelists and also the gentlemen who joined us online. If it's, can we take one of the questions now?
Yeah.
Yeah, please. The floor is open. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You have to answer. If we want some of the younger ones to question all these oldies, yeah? Huh? Yeah.
It was a brilliant discussion, and I don't know whether Mr. Birjal and Rudra are still there or not. I think one thing that I liked very much is distinguishing between the demand side and the supply side. On the demand side, Mr. Birjal is absolutely right. The consumer is king, and we have to think, what does he or she want? Now here is my puzzle. My puzzle is, should we look at tea like wine, or should we look at tea like Indian wheat, where we talk about sharbati wheat sometimes, but we don't have red heart wheat, or we have only gehu. You don't go to the market and say, basmati do or ye do, gehu de. Now when you think of tea, I find the consumer market is very segmented. Now that I'm a Vidhayak, I live in India and also in Bharat. In Bharat, in the dhaba, they boil the tea with milk. There is no teapot, there is no tea cozy, there is no timing, then putting the, so and there the quality of tea hardly matters. But the market that Mr. Birjal was talking about in Gurgaon or Malabar Hills, there it's not tea bags. There is a teapot and the consumer thinks about Gudrik, Makai Bari, Lokchu, different kinds of teas. So are you going to produce tea which is differentiated? Like wine, there is nothing called wine in the market. You buy Sauvignon Blanc, you buy Cabernet Sauvignon. You also ask, where did this tea grow? Is it a Sauvignon Blanc from here or there? Now, is the tea industry approaching tea like a commodity which is standardized, or tea will be very differentiated? So even tea auction can take place for very standardized tea. Even CTC and Darjeeling tea, in the dhaba you go, I hope I'm not offending anyone, when I find tea with adrak, tea with tej patta, I mean the only thing that they don't put is garam masala and chili, even chili powder. Tea is, you have, okay. Good jalokia tea. So tea, the demand side, how is it evolving? Even Mr. Birjal's tea point where he supplies 300 liters of tea. A young woman who works in a top class company, she is willing to pay a high price for a very high quality tea. Whereas this kind of tea that comes out in a, what is it called, BOT? Bot machine. Huh? I don't know what is the future. So I would love to hear these experts on the demand side. On the supply side, what Rudro said about 3 or 4 months when you don't have any activity, I see a great possibility in 2 things. One, he talked about chili. In South India, I haven't been to any of the tea. I hope you'll arrange it for me. I want to visit some of the tea plantations. My best holidays are in tea estates. I wanted to be a tea planter myself. Unfortunately, in this life I couldn't. So now, for example, black pepper. Black pepper can be interplanted. Yes. I've heard in some of this. And black pepper is a very high value. Chilies are already being grown. Northeast is growing some very good turmeric with great curcumin. So have we done enough experimentation? I don't know what Toklai Tea Research Institute, what they're doing about interplanting, what they can be done. Then the other thing, Bhashkar, that I had in mind, tea estates can have great tourism potential.
Absolutely.
So, and that's the high tourist season. November to February. You can earn top dollars by giving me a great time and telling me, come, spend money and be a tourist. Thank you.
Let me take the wine bit first. Can I take it?
Yeah.
See, in Amleek setup, Chai Point, there are about 10 different varieties of tea. There are lattes, there are green with something else, there is CTC with this, there is adrak, there is lots of teas. Huh? Oolong, there is Darjeeling. So you can pick up what you want.
I haven't been to.
No, I'm just saying. So you can pick up what you want. And you know, we should aim at producing the wines as much as we can produce, and there's a market for. The rest you look at doing something else. Huh? I'll give you an example of myself. I might offend a lot of the tea growers and big time people, but like in the morning, and you also I'll offend, I have 3 beer mugs of tea with adrak, milk, shakkar. Yeah, 3 beer mugs. After that I get on to, later on when I'm working, I'm having green tea in beer mugs. one after the other. Then I'll go on to Oolong, which I get specially, and I'll get Darjeeling. So through the day, I'm drinking different, but it's one consumer. So, you know, there are lots of people who will drink different teas, and we've got them in the country, right? There's a big demand for green tea, relatively, if you produce a certain quality. But if you don't produce there is no demand. It all goes to the Amritsar auctions, where those chaps don't give you anything because they are clandestinely passing it to Pakistan for Afghanistan. Right? So they don't give you money. So then you say green tea is not making money. But if you produce good green tea, for which you need good leaf, that's the problem. You need to have proper leaf for making that green tea. If it is going to have a lot of stock, it turns slightly colory, meaning reddish, pinkish. Now pink, if it comes in my tea, I look at it, Wagh Bakri. I said, this. So the owner of Wagh Bakri, so he put it in, I say, hey, this is not green tea. I drink green, but not this. So he said, what do you mean? We are the best. I said, not here, you're best for that other tea. So then I poured some of my leaf into another thing, and I said, now you see the difference? He says, yeah. But, and you know, and of course then someone else will say, oh, but the Assam green tea is a little astringent. I say, yeah, it is astringent. And for those people who don't like it, you pour in hot water for a minute and a half, pour out the tea and pour in more hot water, and that tea is better than any you'll get in the world. Because most of the caffeine is gone, astringency is gone, and you get a nice smooth cup of Assam green tea. So, you know, there is lots that we can do, and we need to start looking at, but if you can't pluck and get the leaf that you want, forget wine. You will not be able to make it. So that's why the first thing is to try to get a quality up in whatever you're producing. Like Mr. Hazarika was mentioning. So I think I'll leave it up to you now.
I just want to say, I believe the industry should go the wine way. It should not be just tea. It should be Halmari, Hukmal, Gotonga, Mokrong, that kind. And the way to do it is to look at Napa Valley. When I saw Napa Valley, that was the first thing that came to my mind, that in Assam also we should build something like that. So you go to one tea state, that will give you, let's say, the entire architecture, everything, will, starting from factory to bungalow, everything will, let's say it will show the Ahom era. Then you move to the next tea state, it will show a very different, let's say the Kosari era or something. Total, like in Napa Valley, you go to the first winery, it will be Persian architecture, everything. Next you go, you feel like you have come to Italy. And each winery has its own taste and its unique wine. But in Assam, I've been in this industry for 14 years. It's been my long dream. But the problem is, tomorrow if I want to do it, and if I go to, let's say, Karan Johar and say, please invest in my tea estate, you come every year and do some movie shooting here, I don't even have my land rights. How am I going to do it? I mean, we have to go through that kind of thought process. We need land right, or I should be able to actually, I would assume even foreign capital will come to Assam if we can build something like that. But for that, I need to have land rights and all those things. Thank you.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Myself, Manoj Das. I was the former director of Indian Entrepreneurship, and I was head of a consultancy in NetFee. I also was MD of Northeastern Regional Agriculture and Marketing Corporation for some time. A resource that we keep neglecting is orchids. We have about 1,000 varieties of orchids in Northeast. And I was associated to an orchid research and development center in Hangbung, that's in Manipur. I think we can plant orchids in the shade trees. It doesn't take any soil. You can just plant on the bark. And current world market is about $750 million, and Thailand is the largest exporter. Yeah, I was lucky to visit Thai orchid company some 20 years back. It's huge. I mean, that can be planted, and I really love orchids. So when I was director in IIE, there were 165 trees. There I planted our foxtail orchid. Nowadays, anybody going there can see. It's full of the orchids. And I see here a lot of orchids are imported from Thailand, all over the world, in fact. And that is one I think we can try. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj. Just to add to that, with regard to pepper, so what was mentioned, I think somebody mentioned the whole concept of having pepper, black pepper along with tea. Spice Board of India has actually suggested viable ways in which pepper cultivation can take place along with tea cultivation. And in fact, in our workshops that we conduct in the tea growing areas, we do encourage the growing of pepper also. That was just a side item. Thank you.
And the Spice Board is conducting workshops for training farmers and all on different spices that we can grow here. So they've already held a few workshops and they are periodically doing it, basically with that in mind.
The other thing with pepper is also because it's a cash crop, it is economically viable also for the small tea growers as well as the big gardens.
I wanted to touch in on the tourism bit. You know, Wayanad, they had that issue. Now, again, no environment impact assessment. The Rangarajan report on that area was no more construction in that area. Now, that was about 6-7 years earlier, before the pandemic, that there was no more, it cannot take any more. But they kept building these things, getting local permission, and then the whole thing came down. Now, if you look at tourism in tea, and I'm talking about tea also, Now, if you look at tourism in tea, I think you must have heard of Glenburn. Very difficult to visit because it's about, I think, I don't know, now it must be $700-800 a night. But when I went, it was 600. Fortunately, I was guest. But see, there what we did was, when we started tourism in Glenburn, first we were only tea. So then I went and I was doing stuff, and they started getting a few people who wanted to come because the daughter Husna Tara, she had studied in Cambridge, and so friends were coming, they started. So what we did was, we started developing it, and we got whole thing going. Then I told them, look, one thing you must do when we are getting foreign tourists, because their prices went up, the charge, the tariff. So I said, one thing we must do is to show them that we are sustainable, right? So she said, okay. So I said, so all your waste has to be segregated, and we will do the composting and vermicomposting in your compound so that the visitors can go around and have a look at it and come back and say, hey, this is great work you're doing. Okay? Then the other thing was on plastic bottles, because I have a very tough time in getting government sanction for getting these recycling things for plastic. You know, we have these machines which are only 3 lakhs, but they exude this whole plastic bottles, and it reduces in volume to about 3-4%, which is used for asphalt. So, but at least it takes the problem out of Darjeeling. So here what I did was, now all these guests are on this dining table, there are 20 of them, and you're seated with different people every day, and all foreigners and people with a lot of money. So, mineral water bottles. So I got up, now we had organized these glass bottles, you know, flip that thing. So clean glass bottles, dried and kept next to a 20-liter distillery thing. So when we were going to finishing dinner, I said, hey, I'll take bottles from here, water for my room. So one of the chaps said, we don't understand. I said, see, I have a big problem with water when I'm traveling in India. I've got a terrible stomach and I pick up diseases. So I'm very worried about. He said, so are we. I said, so what I do is, I don't want to use plastic. So I will see this in front of me and the bearer will carry this to my room. He said, I can also do that. Another 2-3 said, we'll also do that. So suddenly the plastic bottles start reducing. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is, when we look at tourism, we don't want to look at bulk tourism. We want to start, because this is a niche place, and actually people like Mr. Lahiri are willing to pay a lot of money if you give them value for that money. Yeah, but you say, if you give them value for that money, right? And for that, you need to be a little more discerning in what you're doing. And tourism, of course, is a big one.
So I think we will take this conversation into lunch now. Since you are all a captive audience, I'll take my 5 minutes and my pound of flesh to share with you certain things. This is the first time I'm listening to so intimately about the tea industry. Most of us are copious tea drinkers. You'll all appreciate. But have we ever found out as to what tea we are drinking? Is it Assam tea or this tea or that tea, what we have heard about today? Basically, when you see the thousands of people on the railway platforms and the tea vendors on the pavements, masala chai dena, and that is what Dr. Lahiri said, nimbu chai dena. So it's a cocktail of tea. We don't know what taste we are, and the copious consumption. So I think the heavyweights of the tea industry must radically somehow decide as to how to sell their tea. I was always under the impression, why do these tea, pickers get so low wages when such a huge country such as ours is consuming such an amount of, and he said about 3 liters of tea a day. Why is it that they are so badly paid, and why isn't tea being sold? So is it premium tea we are looking for? I am looking for masala chai. I am looking for nimbu chai. What tea dust is being used, I couldn't care two hoots. Something should go into the head of the tea industry insofar as I am concerned. This is one. The second aspect is, please, if I might just,
on the consumption, the size of the teacup has become this much now.
Exactly.
It used to be this much. So,
so therefore you must realize this. A small, this much of a tot of tea that you're taking is 5 rupees now, 10 rupees. And that's, so this is something which must go into the tea industry to understand what kind of tea is it cocktail tea that we are drinking these days? Is it something of a new brand that you must now put into the market with your adrak dust and kala chai or whatever? I don't think so. This premium tea business is going to succeed. Somebody will undercut you, maybe Sri Lanka. Somebody I met from Pakistan the other day, and that nation, mind you, being an Islamic nation, I think boozing is more or less prohibited. And the armed forces are the only ones who sneakily probably carry out their drinking. But they are one of the biggest tea consumers in the world, the Pakistanis. And I do not know from where are they getting their tea, because they don't, they are not in any way producing tea as much as India is doing or Sri Lanka is doing. But basically there is something that needs to change. And this entire concept of how to put tourism inside the tea estate and how to grow orchids or do other things, I do not know if this is going to succeed. This is my thought. It's a radical thought, and some of you might like to dwell on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll seek your indulgence. Why we started off with the panel discussion immediately after the tea break was, and did not go into the small protocol of felicitation of the panelists, was 2 of our virtual panelists were pressed for time. And I was getting calls from them, quick, let us start and let's get going. So may I just request the President to please step up and go through my protocol of at least the felicitation of the panelists. And we have had a wonderful innings insofar as the panel discussion is concerned.
We had a question from a youngster there. If you can just take that as a last
Yes,
question.
in between, somebody had a question there.
Over there, I think, yeah. I think you.
Please, please.
this will be a global question because she's from the university.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm a student from the Assam Royal Global University. I'm pursuing my undergraduate in economics, and I'm in my 5th semester right now. That is the 3rd year. And I'm actually not an avid consumer of tea, but I know a lot of people who are. So from a student perspective, I had a question that is, most consumerism which happens in our university and in and around is on the street. In like chai ki, tapri ki chai is very famous. So most of the consumption of tea happens in tea stalls, in small lanes and in and around the university, or just in Guwahati.
The small kiosks, you mean?
Yes, sir. So since this panel discussion was more focused on how corporates and consumers interact. Is there any possibility of formation of like a platform or a cooperative society with amongst the tea stallers or the tea dwellers in the city? Like, because most consumption also happens on the street. It's not just in cafes or at workplace, because we are not working as yet. So is there any possibility of formation of, like there was a white revolution, the milk revolution in Punjab with cooperative societies being formed. Is there any possibility of a tea revolution in Assam?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope after this you'll become more of a tea drinker after you go back. Okay, to address your point about whether we can have a cooperative kind of thing, and you gave the example of Amul. So Amul's, please have a seat. Thanks. So Amul started off as a cooperative and it's doing phenomenally well basically at the supply level, right? It started off with getting milk producers together, right? So even in tea, we do have something like that with the formation of farmers, producers, organizations, etc. We do encourage that. Those kind of organizations do exist wherein farmers come together and form small cooperatives to supply green leaf. Okay? But as of now, we do not have any cooperative per se at the selling point. We don't have tea sellers who have come together and have started selling teas. But that is a point well taken. Maybe, as industry people, we can go back and think about it. And do we have any such model? Mr. Sinha?
No, but I'll give you an example of what we are starting off very, hopefully next month or month after, is in a place called Dumduma, which you people might know. There's a place called Daisajan. So there we've got hold of about 100 small tea growers. They are supplying to a factory which is next to them, very small clapped out factory, which works for 10 days and then stop. So what we've done is we've got a German buyer called Schwenders. They are going to give part of the machinery to upgrade that. I am going to train everyone from soil to through, including mechanical harvesting. We are getting mechanical harvesting for the smallholders. And we will do this, but the catch is the profits made by the factory. They will have an MOU with the small tea holders for sharing that profit, right? So all the increases that's coming, they'll have to share it with the small tea holders, because some of the small tea holders are already a part of that factory FPO. So that is the thing we are. Now, the thing is, no one will give you very fine leaf unless they get good money for it. Here, when you see the return is based on what you're giving to them, it will change the whole dynamic. So the idea is we are wanting to keep it, although a few other want to come in and say, let's take 1,000 and all. So I have said, I'll just do 100. After this model works, then you people take over and you can do what you want. But till then, I want this working. So we need to have these but for selling, it's a problem. But when you talk about on the street, that the chap is not discerning. Now, if you're in Calcutta, there is a Gurdwara next to which, if you're going to drink this chai, you'll be queued up and you'll have to wait for 25 minutes because there are too many people lined up. There is another Sharma Dhaba, which is again the same. People go there just to have a cup of tea in the morning, right? So there is difference. People have started discerning also. Army, there's an issue because the tea comes from CDS.
But if I might intervene, that is not actually what they're drinking is tea. It's cocktail. It's masala chai. It's something, because Sharma tea is just next door to where I stay in Salt Lake.
But it is milk and tea.
Whatever it is, what I'm trying to express here is, you'll have to all think of now radical things, sir. You'll have to think of cocktail tea. Because people like me who consume tea, I don't know whether it's Makai Badi or whatever it is. I like the masala tea or the nimbu chai or the kada.
No, but those
and I want the base to be that tea powder.
See, basically I'll tell you why. The tea is different, right? When you even put other things into it, the color of the tea varies, even from vendor to vendor. There's a difference in the color.
No, I agree with you. But those are views which, the common tea consumer is what we are wanting to say.
You bother about your cup of tea.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what is, as long as it gives you a sense of comfort and you enjoy it. and it suits your palate, that's what is more important.
Exactly.
So as the supply side, what we should cater to is actually, we should not demand that our consumer should drink this or that. We should actually cater to what the consumer is already drinking, right?
Very true, ma'am.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
in terms
That
of
is
your
what I'm.
comfort, in terms of your comfort.
Yeah.
Point well taken. Please, I think we can.
I want only 10 seconds.
If I might,
statement, it's not a question.
very brief, sir. We are already short of time, and I want to.
I said, if you let me 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
This may be known to most of you. There is a university in USA called University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and there is a group of a cappella singers, and the group is called Chai Town, and they sing. They're mostly Asians, but there are also Americans. They sing songs mostly Indian, and their first album was named Blueprint, and it sold so much that as youngsters they went up to 18th number in the iTunes list. So Chai Town, for a brand, it might be interesting.
And that video is circulating.
It is there all over the world now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think with your permission, ma'am, we come to the close of this panel discussion. And before I do that, President, sir, may I again request you to please come up on the dais. And may I request Colonel Sarkar to please felicitate Madam Fukan for an excellent moderation that she's done today. We have a bouquet and traditional gamcha and a memento which is available. Next we have Mr. Sidhu, and
VIP, small ego.
we're all, and this is a certificate of participation, ma'am, which we normally give from the CENERS-K side. Thank you so much for being part of our panel discussion today. And the bag contains a little bit of the mementos that we have for our, Mr. Hazarika has, what a wonderful exposition he gave and gave a new twist to the entire thinking about tea. Finally, our third participant physically present here, Mr. Sidhu, and both the panelists who appeared virtually, of course, the mementos would be there for them whenever they visit Kolkata, or we will reach it to them. But we would have been happy if they would have joined us physically here. Unfortunately, they were pressed for time, and that's why the reversal of this felicitation program. Thank you all for a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before you get up, I would like to, on behalf of the President, CENERS-K and Oil India, thank you for being a very, very, what should I say, patient and a very absorbing audience, is as what I call it. I saw everybody was listening to Dr. Lahiri in rapt attention. We in the CENERS-K have been addressing issues of the Northeast, like the Chief mentioned, for the last 13, 14 years. But believe you me, having spent 13 years on postings in the Northeast, having as a young captain and a major, traveled all those valleys and what have you, and those jungles and mountains and hillsides, the exposition as to why the problems fest in the Northeast, why is it that the corporate money does not penetrate into the Northeast, and what are the problems with regard to the linkages, and why the corporates are so afraid that if a small thing happens in Manipur, the entire Northeast is probably up in flames. And every time you talk of Nagaland, even now, there are people who think that the Naga might jump out behind the bush and chop his head off. This is what the Northeast is all about. I used to be an administrator for a public school after my retirement for good about 10 years.